Welcome to tonight's gentle reading of a timeless classic. Tonight, we begin Bellamy by Guy de Maupassant, a richly woven tale of charm, ambition, and quiet desire set in the elegant world of 19th century Paris. We follow Georges Durai, a man of modest beginnings, as he steps into a glittering society where wit and charm often matter more than wealth or birth. With each encounter, he climbs higher, drawing others in with his smile and ambition. As the lights of Paris fade into evening, let the quiet rhythm of this story guide you into calm reflection and rest. If this brings you peace, please subscribe and leave a comment. Your support helps us share more soothing journeys like this. Now breathe deeply, settle in, and let's begin Bellamy, Part 1. Bellamy, a lady's man. Chapter 1. When the cashier had given him the change out of his 5-franc piece, Georges Durai left the restaurant. As he had a good carriage, both naturally and from his military training, he drew himself up, twirled his mustache, and threw upon the lingering customers a rapid and sweeping glance. One of those glances which take in everything within their range like a casting net. The women looked up at him in turn, 3 little work girls, a middle-aged music mistress, disheveled, untidy, and wearing a bonnet always dusty, and a dress always awry, and 2 shopkeepers' wives dining with their husbands, all regular customers at this slap-bang establishment. When he was on the pavement outside, he stood still for a moment, asking himself what he should do. It was the 28th of June, and he had just 3 francs 40 centimes in his pocket to carry him to the end of the month. This meant the option of 2 dinners without lunch or 2 lunches without dinner. He reflected that, as the earlier repasts cost 20 sous apiece, and the latter 30, he would, if he were content with the lunches, be 1 franc 20 centimes to the good, which would further represent 2 snacks of bread and sausage, and 2 box of beer on the boulevards. This latter item was his greatest extravagance and his chief pleasure of a night, and he began to descend the Rue Notre Dame de Lorette. He walked as in the days when he had worn a hussar uniform, his chest thrown out and his legs slightly apart, as if he had just left the saddle, pushing his way through the crowded street and shouldering folk to avoid having to step aside. He wore his somewhat shabby hat on one side and brought his heels smartly down on the pavement. He seemed ever ready to defy somebody or something, the passers-by, the houses, the whole city, retaining all the swagger of a dashing cavalryman in civil life. Although wearing a 60-franc suit, he was not devoid of a certain somewhat loud elegance. Tall, well-built, fair, with a curly mustache twisted up at the ends, bright blue eyes with small pupils, and reddish-brown hair curling naturally and parted in the middle. He bore a strong resemblance to the daredevil of popular romances. It was one of those summer evenings on which air seems to be lacking in Paris. The city, hot as an oven, seemed to swelter in the stifling night. The sewers breathed out their poisonous breath through their granite mouths, and the underground kitchens gave forth to the street, through their windows, the stench of dishwater and stale sauces. The doorkeepers in their shirt sleeves sat astride straw-bottomed chairs within the carriage entrances to the houses, smoking their pipes, and the pedestrians walked with flagging steps, head bare and hat in hand. When George Durai reached the boulevards, he paused again, undecided as to what he should do. He now thought of going on to the Champs-Élysées and the Avenue du Bois de Boulogne to seek a little fresh air under the trees. But another wish also assailed him, a desire for a love affair. What shape would it take? He did not know, but he had been awaiting it for 3 months, night and day. Occasionally, thanks to his good looks and gallant bearing, he gleaned a few crumbs of love here and there, but he was always hoping for something further and better. With empty pockets and hot blood, he kindled at the contact of the prowlers who murmur at street corners, "Will you come home with me, dear?" But he dared not follow them, not being able to pay them. And besides, he was awaiting something else, less venally vulgar kisses. He liked, however, the localities in which women of the town swarm their balls, their cafes, and their streets. He liked to rub shoulders with them, speak to them, chaff them, inhale their strong perfumes, feel himself near them. They were women at any rate, women made for love. He did not despise them with the innate contempt of a well-born man. He turned towards the Madeleine, following the flux of the crowd, which flowed along overcome by the heat. The chief cafes, filled with customers, were overflowing onto the pavement, and displayed their drinking public under the dazzling glare of their lit-up fascias. In front of them, on little tables, square or round, were glasses holding fluids of every shade, red, yellow, green, brown, and inside the decanters glittered the large transparent cylinders of ice, serving to cool the bright, clear water. Durai had slackened his pace. A longing to drink parched his throat. A hot thirst, a summer evening's thirst, assailed him, and he fancied the delightful sensation of cool drinks flowing across his palate. But if he only drank 2 bocks of beer in the evening, farewell to the slender supper of the morrow, and he was only too well acquainted with the hours of short commons at the end of the month. He said to himself, "I must hold out till 10 o'clock, and then I'll have my bock at the American Cafe. Confound it, how thirsty I am though." And he scanned the men seated at the tables drinking, all the people who could quench their thirst as much as they pleased. He went on, passing in front of the cafes with a sprightly swaggering air, and guessing at a glance from their dress, and bearing how much money each customer ought to have about him. Wrath against these men quietly sitting their rows up within him. If their pockets were rummaged, gold, silver, and coppers would be found in them. On an average each one must have at least 2 louis. There were certainly 100 to café. 100 times 2 louis is 4,000 francs. He murmured the swine as he walked gracefully past them. If he could have had hold of one of them at a nice dark corner, he would have twisted his neck without scruple, as he used to do the country folks' fowls on field days. And he recalled his 2 years in Africa, and the way in which he used to pillage the Arabs when stationed at little outposts in the south. A bright and cruel smile flitted across his lips at the recollection of an escapade which had cost the lives of 3 men of the Uldalane tribe, and had furnished him and his comrades with a score of fowls, a couple of sheep, some gold, and food for laughter for 6 months. The culprits had never been found, and what is more, they had hardly been looked for, the Arab being looked upon as somewhat in the light of the natural prey of the soldier. In Paris, it was another thing. One could not plunder prettily, sword by side and revolver in hand, far from civil authority. He felt in his heart all the instincts of a sub-officer let loose in a conquered country. He certainly regretted his 2 years in the desert. What a pity he had not stopped there. But then he had hoped something better in returning home. And now, yes, it was very nice now, was it not? He clicked his tongue as if to verify the parched state of his palate. The crowd swept past him slowly, and he kept thinking, set of hogs, all these idiots have money in their waistcoat pockets. He pushed against people and softly whistled a lively tune. Gentlemen whom he thus elbowed turned grumbling, and women murmured, "What a brute!" He passed the vaudeville theater and stopped before the American Cafe, asking himself whether he should not take his bock. So greatly did thirst torture him. Before making up his mind, he glanced at the illuminated clock. It was 9:15. He knew himself that as soon as the glassful of beer was before him, he would gulp it down. What would he do then up to 11 o'clock? He passed on. "I will go as far as the Madeleine," he said, "and walk back slowly." As he reached the corner of the Place de l'Opera, he passed a stout young fellow, whose face he vaguely recollected having seen somewhere. He began to follow him, turning over his recollections and repeating to himself half aloud, "Where the deuce did I know that joker?" He searched without being able to recollect, and then all at once, by a strange phenomenon of memory, the same man appeared to him thinner, younger, and clad in a hussar uniform. He exclaimed aloud, "What, Forestier?" And stepping out, he tapped the other on the shoulder. The promenader turned round and looked at him, and then said, "What is it, sir?" Durai broke into a laugh. "Don't you know me?" said he. "No, George Durai, of the 6th Hussars." Forestier held out his hands, exclaiming, "What, old fellow, how are you?" "Very well, and you?" "Oh, not very brilliant. Just fancy, I have a chest in brown paper now. I cough 6 months out of 12, through a cold I caught at Bougival the year of my return to Paris, 4 years ago." And Forestier, taking his old comrade's arm, spoke to him of his illness, related the consultations, opinions, and advice of the doctors, and the difficulty of following this advice in his position. He was told to spend the winter in the south, but how could he? He was married and a journalist in a good position. I am political editor of the Vie Francaise. I write the proceedings in the Senate for the Salat, and from time to time literary criticisms for the Planet. That is so. I have made my way. Durai looked at him with surprise. He was greatly changed, matured. He had now the manner, bearing, and dress of a man in a good position and sure of himself, and the stomach of a man who dines well. Formerly, he had been thin, slight, supple, heedless, brawling, noisy, and always ready for a spree. In 3 years, Paris had turned him into someone quite different, stout and serious, and with some white hairs about his temples, though he was not more than 27. Forestier asked, "Where are you going?" Durai answered, "Nowhere. I am just taking a stroll before turning in." "Well, will you come with me to the Vie Francaise, where I have some proofs to correct? And then we will take a walk together." "All right." They began to walk on, arm in arm, with that easy familiarity existing between schoolfellows and men in the same regiment. "What are you doing in Paris?" asked Forestier. Durai shrugged his shoulders. "Simply starving. As soon as I finished my term of service, I came here to make a fortune, or rather for the sake of living in Paris. And for 6 months I have been a clerk in the offices of the Northern Railway at 1,500 francs a year. Nothing more." Forestier murmured, "Hang it, that's not much." "I should think not. But how can I get out of it? I am alone. I don't know anyone. I can get no one to recommend me. It is not goodwill that is lacking, but means." His comrades scanned him from head to foot, like a practical man examining a subject, and then said, in a tone of conviction, "You see, my boy, everything depends upon assurance here. A clever fellow can more easily become a minister than an undersecretary. One must obtrude oneself on people, not ask things of them. But how the deuce is it that you could not get hold of anything better than a clerk's berth on the Northern Railway?" Durai replied, "I looked about everywhere, but could not find anything. But I have something in view just now. I have been offered a riding master's place at Pellerin's. There I shall get 3,000 francs at the lowest." Forestier stopped short. "Don't do that. It is stupid, when you ought to be earning 10,000 francs. You would nip your future in the bud. In your office, at any rate, you are hidden. No one knows you. You can emerge from it if you are strong enough to make your way. But once a riding master, and it is all over. It is as if you were head waiter at a place where all Paris goes to dine. When once you have given riding lessons to people in society, or to their children, they will never be able to look upon you as an equal." He remained silent for a few moments, evidently reflecting, and then asked, "Have you a bachelor's degree?" "No, I failed to pass twice." "That is no matter, as long as you studied for it. If anyone mentions Cicero or Tiberius, you know pretty well what they are talking about." "Yes, pretty well." "Good, no one knows any more, with the exception of a score of idiots who have taken the trouble. It is not difficult to pass for being well informed. The great thing is not to be caught in some blunder. You can maneuver, avoid the difficulty, turn the obstacle, and floor others by means of a dictionary. Men are all as stupid as geese and ignorant as donkeys. He spoke like a self-possessed blade who knows what life is, and smiled as he watched the crowd go by. But all at once he began to cough and stopped again until the fit was over, adding, in a tone of discouragement, "Isn't it aggravating not to be able to get rid of this cough? And we are in the middle of summer. Oh, this winter I shall go and get cured at Menton. Health before everything." They halted on the Boulevard Poissonnière before a large glass door, on the inner side of which an open newspaper was pasted. 3 passers-by had stopped and were reading it. Above the door, stretched in large letters of flame, outlined by gas jets, the inscription La Vie Francaise. The pedestrians passing into the light shed by these 3 dazzling words suddenly appeared as visible as in broad daylight, then disappeared again into darkness. Forestier pushed the door open, saying, "Come in." Durai entered, ascended an ornate yet dirty staircase, visible from the street, passed through an anteroom where 2 messengers bowed to his companion, and reached a kind of waiting room, shabby and dusty, upholstered in dirty green Utrecht velvet, covered with spots and stains, and worn in places as if mice had been gnawing it. "Sit down," said Forestier. "I will be back in 5 minutes." And he disappeared through one of the 3 doors opening into the room. A strange, special, indescribable odor, the odor of a newspaper office, floated in the air of the room. Durai remained motionless, slightly intimidated, above all surprised. From time to time, folk passed hurriedly before him, coming in at one door and going out at another before he had time to look at them. They were now young lads, with an appearance of haste, holding in their hand a sheet of paper which fluttered from the hurry of their progress. Now compositors, whose white blouses, spotted with ink, revealed a clean shirt collar and cloth trousers like those of men of fashion, and who carefully carried strips of printed paper, fresh proofs damp from the press. Sometimes a gentleman entered rather too elegantly attired, his waist too tightly pinched by his frock coat, his leg too well set off by the cut of his trousers, his foot squeezed into a shoe too pointed at the toe. Some fashionable reporter bringing in the echoes of the evening. Others, too, arrived, serious, important-looking men, wearing tall hats with flat brims, as if this shape distinguished them from the rest of mankind. Forestier reappeared holding the arm of a tall, thin fellow, between 30 and 40 years of age, in evening dress, very dark, with his mustache ends stiffened in sharp points, and an insolent and self-satisfied bearing. Forestier said to him, "Good night, dear master." The other shook hands with him, saying, "Good night, my dear fellow," and went downstairs whistling, with his cane under his arm. Duray asked, "Who is that?" "Jacques Rival, you know, the celebrated descriptive writer, the duelist. He has just been correcting his proofs. Garin, Montel, and he are the 3 best descriptive writers, for facts and points, we have in Paris. He gets 30,000 francs a year here for 2 articles a week. As they were leaving, they met a short, stout man with long hair and untidy appearance, who was puffing as he came up the stairs. Forestier bowed low to him. "Norbert de Varenne," said he, "the poet, the author of Les Solos Morts, another who gets long prices. Every tale he writes for us costs 300 francs, and the longest do not run to 200 lines. But let us turn into the Neapolitan Cafe. I am beginning to choke with thirst." As soon as they were seated at a table in the cafe, Forestier called for 2 bocks and drank off his own at a single draught, while Durai sipped his beer in slow mouthfuls, tasting it and relishing it like something rare and precious. His companion was silent and seemed to be reflecting. Suddenly he exclaimed, "Why don't you try journalism?" The other looked at him in surprise and then said, "But, you know, I have never written anything." "Bah, everyone must begin. I could give you a job to hunt up information for me, to make calls and inquiries. You would have to start with 250 francs a month and your cab hire. Shall I speak to the manager about it?" "Certainly." "Very well, then, come and dine with me tomorrow. I shall only have 5 or 6 people, the governor, Monsieur Walter and his wife, Jacques Rival, and Norbert de Varenne, whom you have just seen, and a lady, a friend of my wife. Is it settled?" Durai hesitated, blushing and perplexed. At length he murmured, "You see, I have no clothes." Forestier was astounded. "You have no dress clothes? Hang it all, they are indispensable, though. In Paris, one would be better off without a bed than without a dress suit." Then, suddenly feeling in his waistcoat pocket, he drew out some gold, took 2 louis, placed them in front of his old comrade, and said in a cordial and familiar tone, "You will pay me back when you can. Hire or arrange to pay by installments for the clothes you want, whichever you like. But come and dine with me tomorrow, 7:30, number 17, Rue Fontaine." Durai, confused, picked up the money, stammering, "You are too good. I am very much obliged to you. You may be sure I shall not forget." The other interrupted him. "All right, another bock, eh? Waiter, 2 bocks." Then, when they had drunk them, the journalist said, "Will you stroll about a bit for an hour?" "Certainly." And they set out again in the direction of the Madeleine. "What shall we do?" said Forestier. "They say that in Paris a lounger can always find something to amuse him, but it is not true. When I want to lounge about of an evening, never know where to go. A drive round the Bois de Boulogne is only amusing with a woman, and one has not always one to hand. The cafe concerts may please my chemist and his wife, but not me. Then what is there to do? Nothing. There ought to be a summer garden like the Parc Monceau, open at night, where one would hear very good music while sipping cool drinks under the trees. It should not be a pleasure resort, but a lounging place, with a high price for entrance in order to attract the fine ladies. One ought to be able to stroll along well-gravelled walks lit up by electric light, and to sit down when one wished to hear the music near or at a distance. We had about the sort of thing formerly at Musard's, but with a smack of the low-class dancing room, and too much dance music, not enough space, not enough shade, not enough gloom. It would want a very fine garden and a very extensive one. It would be delightful. Where shall we go? Durai, rather perplexed, did not know what to say. At length he made up his mind. I have never been in the Foley's Berger. I should not mind taking a look round there, he said. The Foley's Berger, exclaimed his companion. The deuce, we shall roast there as in an oven. But very well, then, it is always funny there. And they turned on their heels to make their way to the Rue du Faubourg Montmartre. The lit-up front of the establishment threw a bright light into the 4 streets, which met in front of it. A string of cabs were waiting for the close of the performance. Forestier was walking in when Durai checked him. You are passing the pay-box, said he. I never pay, was the reply, in a tone of importance. When he approached the check-takers, they bowed, and one of them held out his hand. The journalist asked, Have you a good box? Certainly, Monsieur Forestier. He took the ticket held out to him, pushed the padded door with its leather borders, and they found themselves in the auditorium. Tobacco smoke slightly veiled like a faint mist the stage and the further side of the theater. Rising incessantly in thin white spirals from the cigars and pipes, this light fog ascended to the ceiling, and there, accumulating, formed under the dome above the crowded gallery a cloudy sky. In the broad corridor leading to the circular promenade, a group of women were awaiting newcomers in front of one of the bars, at which sat enthroned 3 painted and faded vendors of love and liquor. The tall mirrors behind them reflected their backs and the faces of passers-by. Forestier pushed his way through the groups, advancing quickly with the air of a man entitled to consideration. He went up to a box-keeper. Box 17, said he. This way, sir. And they were shut up in a little open box draped with red, and holding 4 chairs of the same color, so near to one another that one could scarcely slip between them. The 2 friends sat down, to the right as to the left, following a long curved line, the 2 ends of which joined the proscenium. A row of similar cribs held people seated in like fashion, with only their heads and chests visible. On the stage, 3 young fellows in fleshings, one tall, one of middle size, and one small, were executing feats in turn upon a trapeze. The tall one first advanced with short, quick steps, smiling and waving his hand as though wafting a kiss. The muscles of his arms and legs stood out under his tights. He expanded his chest to take off the effect of his too prominent stomach, and his face resembled that of a barber's block, for a careful parting divided his locks equally on the center of the skull. He gained the trapeze by a graceful bound, and hanging by the hands, whirled round it like a wheel at full speed, or with stiff arms and straightened body, held himself out horizontally in space. Then he jumped down, saluted the audience again with a smile amidst the applause of the stalls, and went and leaned against the scenery, showing off the muscles of his legs at every step. The second, shorter and more squarely built, advanced in turn, and went through the same performance, which the third also recommenced amidst most marked expressions of approval from the public. But Durai scarcely noticed the performance, and, with head averted, kept his eyes on the promenade behind him, full of men and prostitutes. Said Forestier to him, "Look at the stalls, nothing but middle-class folk with their wives and children, good noodle-pates who come to see the show. In the boxes, men about town, some artistes, some girls, good second-raters, and behind us, the strangest mixture in Paris. Who are these men? Watch them. There is something of everything, of every profession and every caste, but blackguardism predominates. There are clerks of all kinds, bankers' clerks, government clerks, shopmen, reporters, ponces, officers in plain clothes, swells in evening dress, who have dined out and have dropped in here on their way from the opera to the Theatre des Italiens. And then again, too, quite a crowd of suspicious folk who defy analysis. As to the women, only one type, the girl who sups at the American cafe, the girl at 1 or 2 louis, who looks out for foreigners at 5 louis, and lets her regular customers know when she is disengaged. We have known them for the last 10 years. We see them every evening all the year round in the same places, except when they are making a hygienic sojourn at Saint Lazare or at Lursine. Duray no longer heard him. One of these women was leaning against their box and looking at him. She was a stout brunette, her skin whitened with paint, her black eyes lengthened at the corners with pencil, and shaded by enormous and artificial eyebrows. Her 2 exuberant bosoms stretched the dark silk of her dress almost to bursting, and her painted lips, red as a fresh wound, gave her an aspect bestial, ardent, unnatural, but which nevertheless aroused desire. She beckoned with her head one of the friends who was passing, a blonde with red hair and stout like herself, and said to her, in a voice loud enough to be heard, "There is a pretty fellow. If he would like to have me for 10 louis, I should not say no." Forestier turned and tapped Durai on the knee with a smile. "That is meant for you. You are a success, my dear fellow. I congratulate you." The ex-sub-officer blushed and mechanically fingered the 2 pieces of gold in his waistcoat pocket. The curtain had dropped, and the orchestra was now playing a waltz. Duray said, "Suppose we take a turn round the promenade." "Just as you like." They left their box and were at once swept away by the throng of promenaders. Pushed, pressed, squeezed, shaken, they went on, having before their eyes a crowd of hats. The girls, in pairs, passed amidst this crowd of men, traversing it with facility, gliding between elbows, chests, and backs as if quite at home, perfectly at their ease, like fish in water, amidst this masculine flood. Durai, charmed, let himself be swept along, drinking in with intoxication the air vitiated by tobacco, the odor of humanity, and the perfumes of the husses. But Forestier sweated, puffed, and coughed. "Let us go into the garden," said he, and turning to the left, they entered a kind of covered garden, cooled by two large and ugly fountains. Men and women were drinking at zinc tables placed beneath evergreen trees growing in boxes. "Another bock, eh?" said Forestier. Willingly, they sat down and watched the passing throng. From time to time, a woman would stop and ask, with stereotyped smile, "Are you going to stand me anything?" And as Forestier answered, "A glass of water from the fountain," she would turn away, muttering, "Go on, you duffer." But the stout brunette, who had been leaning just before against the box occupied by the two comrades, reappeared, walking proudly arm in arm with the stout blonde. They were really a fine pair of women, well matched. She smiled on perceiving Durai, as though their eyes had already told secrets, and taking a chair, sat down quietly in face of him, and making her friend sit down too, gave the order in a clear voice, "Waiter, 2 grenadines." Forestier, rather surprised, said, "You make yourself at home." She replied, "It is your friend that captivates me. He is really a pretty fellow. I believe that I could make a fool of myself for his sake." Durai, intimidated, could find nothing to say. He twisted his curly mustache, smiling in a silly fashion. The waiter brought the drinks, which the women drank off at a draught. Then they rose, and the brunette, with a friendly nod of the head and a tap on the arm with her fan, said to Durai, "Thanks, dear, you are not very talkative." And they went off, swaying their trains. Forestier laughed. "I say, old fellow, you are very successful with the women. You must look after it. It may lead to something." He was silent for a moment, and then continued in the dreamy tone of men who think aloud. "It is through them, too, that one gets on quickest." And as Durai still smiled without replying, he asked, "Are you going to stop any longer?" "I have had enough of it. I am going home." The other murmured, "Yes, I shall stay a little longer. It is not late." Forestier rose. "Well, good night then, till tomorrow. Don't forget. 17 Rue Fontaine at 7:30. That is settled till tomorrow, thanks." They shook hands, and the journalist walked away. As soon as he had disappeared, Durai felt himself free, and again he joyfully felt the 2 pieces of gold in his pocket. Then, rising, he began to traverse the crowd, which he followed with his eyes. He soon caught sight of the 2 women, the blonde and the brunette, who were still making their way, with their proud bearing of beggars, through the throng of men. He went straight up to them, and when he was quite close, he no longer dared to do anything. The brunette said, "Have you found your tongue again?" He stammered, "By Jove," without being able to say anything else. The 3 stood together, checking the movement, the current of which swept round them. All at once she asked, "Will you come home with me?" And he, quivering with desire, answered roughly, "Yes, but I have only a louis in my pocket." She smiled indifferently. "It is all the same to me," and took his arm in token of possession. As they went out, he thought that with the other louis, he could easily hire a suit of dress clothes for the next evening. Chapter 2. Monsieur Forestier, if you please. Third floor, the door on the left, the concierge had replied, in a voice the amiable tone of which betokened a certain consideration for the tenant, and George Durai ascended the stairs. He felt somewhat abashed, awkward, and ill at ease. He was wearing a dress suit for the first time in his life, and was uneasy about the general effect of his toilet. He felt it was altogether defective from his boots, which were not of patent leather though neat, for he was naturally smart about his footgear, to his shirt, which he had bought that very morning for 4 francs 50 centimes at the Mascassin du Louvre, and the limp front of which was already rumpled. His everyday shirts were all more or less damaged, so that he had not been able to make use of even the least worn of them. His trousers, rather too loose, set off his leg badly, seeming to flap about the calf with that creased appearance which second-hand clothes present. The coat alone did not look bad, being by chance almost a perfect fit. He was slowly ascending the stairs with beating heart and anxious mind, tortured above all by the fear of appearing ridiculous, when suddenly he saw in front of him a gentleman in full dress looking at him. They were so close to one another that Durai took a step back, and then remained stupefied. It was himself, reflected by a tall mirror on the first-floor landing. A thrill of pleasure shot through him to find himself so much more presentable than he had imagined. Only having a small shaving-glass in his room, he had not been able to see himself all at once, and as he had only an imperfect glimpse of the various items of his improvised toilet, he had mentally exaggerated its imperfections, and harped to himself on the idea of appearing grotesque. But on suddenly coming upon his reflection in the mirror, he had not even recognized himself. He had taken himself for someone else, for a gentleman whom, at the first glance, he had thought very well dressed and fashionable looking. And now, looking at himself carefully, he recognized that really the general effect was satisfactory. He studied himself as actors do when learning their parts. He smiled, held out his hand, made gestures, expressed sentiments of astonishment, pleasure, and approbation, and essayed smiles and glances with a view of displaying his gallantry towards the ladies and making them understand that they were admired and desired. A door opened somewhere. He was afraid of being caught and hurried upstairs, filled with the fear of having been seen grimacing thus by one of his friend's guests. On reaching the second story, he noticed another mirror and slackened his pace to view himself in it as he went by. His bearing seemed to him really graceful. He walked well, and now he was filled with an unbounded confidence in himself. Certainly, he must be successful with such an appearance. His wish to succeed, his native resolution, and his independence of mind. He wanted to run, to jump, as he ascended the last flight of stairs. He stopped in front of the third mirror, twirled his mustache, as he had a trick of doing, took off his hat to run his fingers through his hair, and muttered half aloud, as he often did, "What a capital notion!" Then, raising his hand to the bell handle, he rang. The door opened almost at once, and he found himself face to face with a manservant out of livery, serious, clean-shaven, and so perfect in his get-up that Durai became uneasy again, without understanding the reason of his vague emotion, due, perhaps, to an unwitting comparison of the cut of their respective garments. The manservant, who had patent leather shoes, asked, as he took the overcoat which Durrell had carried on his arm, to avoid exposing the stains on it, "Whom shall I announce?" And he announced the name through a door, with a looped-back draping, leading into a drawing-room. But Durrell, suddenly losing his assurance, felt himself breathless and paralyzed by terror. He was about to take his first step in the world he had looked forward to and longed for. He advanced, nevertheless. A fair young woman, quite alone, was standing awaiting him in a large room, well lit up and full of plants as a greenhouse. He stopped short, quite disconcerted. Who was this lady who was smiling at him? Then he remembered that Forestier was married, and the thought that this pretty and elegant blonde must be his friend's wife completed his alarm. He stammered, "Madame, I am." She held out her hand, saying, "I know, sir. Charles has told me of your meeting last evening, and I am very pleased that he had the idea of asking you to dine with us today." He blushed up to his ears, not knowing what to say, and felt himself examined from head to foot, reckoned up, and judged. He longed to excuse himself, to invent some pretext for explaining the deficiencies of his toilet, but he could not think of one, and did not dare touch on this difficult subject. He sat down on an armchair she pointed out to him, and as he felt the soft and springy velvet-covered seat yield beneath his weight, as he felt himself, as it were, supported and clasped by the padded back and arms, it seemed to him that he was entering upon a new and enchanting life, that he was taking possession of something delightful, that he was becoming somebody, that he was saved. And he looked at Madame Forestier, whose eyes had not quitted him. She was attired in a dress of pale blue cashmere, which set off the outline of her slender waist and full bust. Her arms and neck issued from a cloud of white lace, with which the bodice and short sleeves were trimmed, and her fair hair, dressed high, left a fringe of tiny curls at the nape of her neck. Durai recovered his assurance beneath her glance, which reminded him, without his knowing why, of that of the girl met overnight at the Follies Bergera. She had gray eyes of a bluish gray, which imparted to them a strange expression, a thin nose, full lips, a rather fleshy chin, and irregular but inviting features, full of archness and charm. It was one of those faces, every trait of which reveals a special grace, and seems to have its meaning, every movement to say or to hide something. After a brief silence, she asked, "Have you been long in Paris?" He replied slowly, recovering his self-possession, "A few months only, madame. I have a berth in one of the railway companies, but Forestier holds out the hope that I may, Thanks to him, entered journalism. She smiled more plainly and kindly, and murmured, lowering her voice, "Yes, I know." The bell had rung again. The servant announced Madame de Morel. This was a little brunette who entered briskly and seemed to be outlined, modeled, as it were from head to foot, in a dark dress made quite plainly. A red rose placed in her black hair caught the eye at once, and seemed to stamp her physiognomy, accentuate her character, and strike the sharp and lively note needed. A little girl in short frocks followed her. Madame Forestier darted forward, exclaiming, "Good evening, Clotilde." "Good evening, Madeline." They kissed one another, and then the child offered her forehead with the assurance of a grown-up person, saying, "Good evening, cousin." Madame Forestier kissed her, and then introduced them, saying, "Monsieur George Durai, an old friend of Charles, Madame de Morel, my friend, and in some degree my relation." She added, "You know we have no ceremonious affectation here. You quite understand, eh?" The young man bowed. The door opened again, and a short, stout gentleman appeared, having on his arm a tall, handsome woman, much younger than himself, and of distinguished appearance and grave bearing. They were Monsieur Walter, a Jew from the south of France, deputy, financier, capitalist, and manager of the Vie Francaise, and his wife, the daughter of Monsieur Basil Ravelow, the banker. Then came, one immediately after the other, Jacques Rival, very elegantly got up, and Norbert de Varenne, whose coat collar shone somewhat from the friction of the long locks falling on his shoulders, and scattering over them a few specks of white scurf. His badly tied cravat looked as if it had already done duty. He advanced with the air and graces of an old beau, and taking Madame Forestier's hand, printed a kiss on her wrist. As he bent forward, his long hair spread like water over her bare arm. Forestier entered in his turn, offering excuses for being late. He had been detained at the office of the paper by the Morel affair. Monsieur Morel, a radical deputy, had just addressed a question to the ministry respecting a vote of credit for the colonization of Algeria. The servant announced, "Dinner is served, madame," and they passed into the dining room. Durai found himself seated between Madame de Morel and her daughter. He again felt ill at ease, being afraid of making some mistake in the conventional handling of forks, spoons, and glasses. There were 4 of these, one of a faint blue tint. What could be meant to be drunk out of that? Nothing was said while the soup was being consumed, and then Norbert de Varenne asked, "Have you read the Gauthier case? What a funny business it is." After a discussion on this case of adultery, complicated with blackmailing, followed. They did not speak of it, as the events recorded in newspapers are spoken of in private families, but as a disease is spoken of among doctors, or vegetables among market gardeners. They were neither shocked nor astonished at the facts, but sought out their hidden and secret motives with professional curiosity and an utter indifference for the crime itself. They sought to clearly explain the origin of certain acts, to determine all the cerebral phenomena which had given birth to the drama, the scientific result due to an especial condition of mind. The women, too, were interested in this investigation, and other recent events were examined, commented upon, turned so as to show every side of them, and weighed correctly with the practical glance, and from the especial standpoint of dealers in news and vendors of the drama of life at so much a line, just as articles destined for sale are examined, turned over, and weighed by tradesmen. Then it was a question of a duel, and Jacques Rival spoke. This was his business. No one else could handle it. Durai dared not put in a word. He glanced from time to time at his neighbor, whose full bosom captivated him. A diamond, suspended by a thread of gold, dangled from her ear like a drop of water that had rolled down it. From time to time, she made an observation which always brought a smile to her hearer's lips. She had a quaint, pleasant wit, that of an experienced tomboy who views things with indifference and judges them with frivolous and benevolent skepticism. Durai sought in vain for some compliment to pay her, and not finding one, occupied himself with her daughter, filling her glass, holding her plate, and helping her. The child, graver than her mother, thanked him in a serious tone and with a slight bow, saying, "You are very good, sir," and listened to her elders with an air of reflection. The dinner was very good, and everyone was enraptured. Monsieur Walter ate like an ogre, hardly spoke, and glanced obliquely under his glasses at the dishes offered to him. Norbert de Varenne kept him company, and from time to time let drops of gravy fall on his shirt front. Forestier, silent and serious, watched everything, exchanging glances of intelligence with his wife, like confederates engaged together on a difficult task which is going on swimmingly. Faces grew red, and voices rose, as from time to time the manservant murmured in the guest's ears, "Courtin or Châtelarros." Durai had found the Courtin to his liking, and let his glass be filled every time. A delicious liveliness stole over him, a warm cheerfulness that mounted from the stomach to the head, flowed through his limbs, and penetrated him throughout. He felt himself wrapped in perfect comfort of life and thought, body and soul. A longing to speak assailed him, to bring himself into notice, to be appreciated like these men, whose slightest words were relished. But the conversation, which had been going on unchecked, linking ideas one to another, jumping from one topic to another at a chance word, a mere trifle, and skimming over 1,000 matters, turned again on the great question put by Monsieur Morel in the chamber respecting the colonization of Algeria. Monsieur Walter, between two courses, made a few jests, for his wit was skeptical and broad. Forestier recited his next day's leader. Jacques Rival insisted on a military government with land grants to all officers after 30 years of colonial service. By this plan, he said, you will create an energetic class of colonists who will have already learned to love and understand the country and will be acquainted with its language. and with all those grave local questions against which newcomers invariably run their heads. Norbert de Varenne interrupted him with, "Yes, they will be acquainted with everything except agriculture. They will speak Arabic, but they will be ignorant how beetroot is planted out and wheat sown. They will be good at fencing, but very shaky as regards manures. On the contrary, this new land should be thrown entirely open to everyone. Intelligent men will achieve a position there, the others will go under. It is the social law." A brief silence followed, and the listeners smiled at one another. George Durai opened his mouth and said, feeling as much surprised at the sound of his own voice as if he had never heard himself speak, "What is most lacking there is good land. The really fertile estates cost as much as in France, and are bought up as investments by rich Parisians. The real colonists, the poor fellows who leave home for lack of bread, are forced into the desert, where nothing will grow for want of water." Everyone looked at him, and he felt himself blushing. Monsieur Walter asked, "Do you know Algeria, sir?" George replied, "Yes, sir. I was there nearly 2 years and a half, and I was quartered in all 3 provinces." Suddenly unmindful of the Morel question, Norbert de Varenne interrogated him respecting a detail of manners and customs of which he had been informed by an officer. It was with respect to the Mzab, that strange little Arab republic sprung up in the midst of the Sahara, in the driest part of that burning region. Durai had twice visited the Mzab, and he narrated some of the customs of this singular country, where drops of water are valued as gold, where every inhabitant is bound to discharge all public duties, and where commercial honesty is carried further than among civilized nations. He spoke with a certain raciness, excited by the wine and the desire to please, and told regimental yarns, incidents of Arab life and military adventure. He even hit on some telling phrases to depict these bare and yellow lands, eternally laid waste by the devouring fire of the sun. All the women had their eyes turned upon him, and Madame Walter said, in her deliberate tones, "You could make a charming series of articles out of your recollections." Then Walter looked at the young fellow over the glasses of his spectacles, as was his custom when he wanted to see anyone's face distinctly. He looked at the dishes underneath them. Forestier seized the opportunity. "My dear sir, I had already spoken to you about Monsieur George Durai, asking you to let me have him for my assistant in gleaning political topics. Since Marambot left us, I have no one to send in quest of urgent and confidential information, and the paper suffers from it." Daddy Walter became serious and pushed his spectacles upon his forehead in order to look Durai well in the face. Then he said, "It is true that Monsieur Durai has evidently an original turn of thought. If he will come and have a chat with us tomorrow at 3 o'clock, we will settle the matter." Then, after a short silence, turning right round towards George, he added, "But write us a little fancy series of articles on Algeria at once. Relate your experiences, and mix up the colonization question with them as you did just now. They are facts, genuine facts, and I am sure they will greatly please our readers. But be quick. I must have the first article tomorrow or the day after, while the subject is being discussed in the chamber, in order to catch the public. Madame Walter added, with that serious grace which characterized everything she did, and which lent an air of favor to her words. And you have a charming title, Recollections of a Chasseur d'Afrique. Is it not so, Monsieur Norbert? The old poet, who had worn renown late in life, feared and hated newcomers. He replied dryly, yes, excellent, provided that the keynote be followed, for that is the great difficulty, the exact note, what in music is called the pitch. Madame Forestier cast on Durai a smiling and protective glance, the glance of a connoisseur, which seemed to say, yes, you will get on. Madame de Morel had turned towards him several times, and the diamond in her ear quivered incessantly, as though the drop of water was about to fall. The little girl remained quiet and serious, her head bent over her plate, but the servant passed round the table, filling the blue glasses with Johannesburg, and Forestier proposed a toast, drinking with a bow to Monsieur Walter. Prosperity to the Vie Francaise. Everyone bowed towards the proprietor, who smiled, and Durai, intoxicated with success, emptied his glass at a draught. He would have emptied a whole barrel after the same fashion. It seemed to him that he could have eaten a bullock or strangled a lion. He felt a superhuman strength in his limbs, unconquerable resolution, and unbounded hope in his mind. He was now at home among these people. He had just taken his position, won his place. His glance rested on their faces with a newborn assurance, and he ventured for the first time to address his neighbor. You have the prettiest earrings I have ever seen, madame. She turned towards him with a smile. It was an idea of my own to have the diamonds hung like that, just at the end of a thread. They really look like dewdrops, do they not? He murmured, ashamed of his own daring, and afraid of making a fool of himself. It is charming, but the ear, too, helps to set it off. She thanked him with a look, one of those woman's looks that go straight to the heart. And as he turned his head, he again met Madame Forestier's eye, always kindly, but now he thought sparkling with a livelier mirth, an archness, an encouragement. All the men were now talking at once, with gesticulations and raised voices. They were discussing the great project of the Metropolitan Railway. The subject was not exhausted till dessert was finished, everyone having a deal to say about the slowness of the methods of communication in Paris, the inconvenience of the tramway, the delays of omnibus traveling, and the rudeness of cabmen. Then they left the dining room to take coffee. Durai, in jest, offered his arm to the little girl. She gravely thanked him and rose on tiptoe in order to rest her hand on it. On returning to the drawing room, he again experienced the sensation of entering a greenhouse. In each of the four corners of the room, tall palms, unfolded their elegantly shaped leaves, rising to the ceiling, and their spreading fountain-wise. On each side of the fireplace were India rubber plants like round columns, with their dark green leaves tapering one above the other. And on the piano, two unknown shrubs covered with flowers, those of one all crimson and those of the other all white, had the appearance of artificial plants, looking too beautiful to be real. The air was cool and laden with a soft, vague perfume that could scarcely be defined. The young fellow, now more himself, considered the room more attentively. It was not large, nothing attracted attention with the exception of the shrubs. No bright color struck one, but one felt at one's ease in it. One felt soothed and refreshed, and as it were, caressed by one's surroundings. The walls were covered with an old-fashioned stuff of faded violet, spotted with little flowers in yellow silk about the size of flies. Hangings of grayish-blue cloth, embroidered here and there with crimson poppies, draped the doorways, and the chairs of all shapes and sizes scattered about the room. Lounging chairs, easy chairs, ottomans, and stools were upholstered in Louise C. silk or Utrecht velvet, with a crimson pattern on a cream-colored ground. "Do you take coffee, Monsieur Durrell?" And Madame Forestier held out a cup towards him with that smile which never left her lips. "Thank you, Madame." He took the cup, and as he bent forward to take a lump of sugar from the sugar basin carried by the little girl, Madame Forestier said to him in a low voice, "Pay attention to Madame Walter." Then she drew back before he had time to answer a word. He first drank off his coffee, which he was afraid of dropping onto the carpet. Then, his mind more at ease, he sought for some excuse to approach the wife of his new governor and begin a conversation. All at once he noticed that she was holding an empty cup in her hand, and as she was at some distance from a table, did not know where to put it. He darted forward with, "Allow me, Madame." "Thank you, sir." He took away the cup and then returned. "If you knew, Madame," he began, "the happy hours the Vie Francaise helped me to pass when I was away in the desert. It is really the only paper that is readable out of France, for it is more literary, wittier, and less monotonous than the others. There is something of everything in it." She smiled with amiable indifference and answered seriously, "Monsieur Walter has had a great deal of trouble to create a type of newspaper supplying the want of the day." And they began to chat. He had an easy flow of commonplace conversation, a charm in his voice and look, and an irresistible seductiveness about his mustache. It curled coquettishly about his lips, reddish-brown, with a paler tint about the ends. They chatted about Paris, its suburbs, the banks of the Seine, watering places, summer amusements, all the current topics on which one can prate to infinity without wearying oneself. Then, as Monsieur Norbert de Varenne approached with a liqueur glass in his hand, Durai discreetly withdrew. Madame de Morel, who had been speaking with Madame Forestier, summoned him. "Well, sir," she said abruptly, "so you want to try your hand at journalism?" he spoke vaguely of his prospects, and there recommenced with her the conversation he had just had with Madame Walter. But as he was now a better master of his subject, he showed his superiority in it, repeating as his own the things he had just heard. And he continually looked his companion in the eyes, as though to give deep meaning to what he was saying. She, in her turn, related anecdotes with the easy flow of spirits of a woman who knows she is witty, and is always seeking to appear so, and becoming familiar. She laid her hand from time to time on his arm, and lowered her voice to make trifling remarks, which thus assumed a character of intimacy. He was inwardly excited by her contact. He would have liked to have shown his devotion for her on the spot, to have defended her, shown her what he was worth, and his delay in his replies to her showed the preoccupation of his mind. But suddenly, without any reason, Madame de Morel called Laurine, and the little girl came. "Sit down here, child. You will catch cold near the window." Durai was seized with a wild longing to kiss the child. It was as though some part of the kiss would reach the mother. He asked in a gallant, and at the same time fatherly, tone, "Will you allow me to kiss you, mademoiselle?" The child looked up at him in surprise. "Answer, my dear," said Madame de Morel, laughingly. "Yes, sir, this time, but it will not do always." Durai, sitting down, lifted Laurine onto his knees, and brushed the fine curly hair above her forehead with his lips. Her mother was surprised. "What? She has not run away. It is astounding. Usually she will only let ladies kiss her. You are irresistible, Monsieur Durrell." He blushed without answering, and gently jogged the little girl on his knee. Madame Forestier drew near and exclaimed with astonishment, "What, Laurine tamed? What a miracle!" Jacques Rival also came up, cigar in mouth, and Durai rose to take leave, afraid of spoiling, by some unlucky remark, the work done, his task of conquest begun. He bowed, softly pressed the little outstretched hands of the women, and then heartily shook those of the men. He noted that the hand of Jacques Rival, warm and dry, answered cordially to his grip. That of Norbert de Varenne, damp and cold, slipped through his fingers. That of Daddy Walter, cold and flabby, was without expression or energy, and that of Forestier was plump and moist. His friend said to him in a low tone, "Tomorrow at 3 o'clock, do not forget." "Oh no, don't be afraid of that." When he found himself once more on the stairs, he felt a longing to run down them. So great was his joy, and he darted forward, going down 2 steps at a time. But suddenly he caught sight in a large mirror on the second-floor landing of a gentleman in a hurry, who was advancing briskly to meet him, and he stopped short, ashamed, as if he had been caught tripping. Then he looked at himself in the glass for some time, astonished at being really such a handsome fellow, smiled complacently, and taking leave of his reflection, bowed low to it as one bows to a personage of importance. Chapter 3. When George Durai found himself in the street, he hesitated as to what he should do. He wanted to run, to dream, to walk about thinking of the future as he breathed the soft night air. But the thought of the series of articles asked for by Daddy Walter haunted him, and he decided to go home at once and set to work. He walked along quickly, reached the outer boulevards, and followed their line as far as the Rue Bersault, where he dwelt. The house, 6 stories high, was inhabited by a score of small households, tradespeople or workmen, and he experienced a sickening sensation of disgust, a longing to leave the place and live, like well-to-do people, in a clean dwelling. As he ascended the stairs, lighting himself with wax matches on his way up the dirty steps, littered with bits of paper, cigarette ends, and scraps of kitchen refuse, a stagnant stench of cooking, cesspools, and humanity, a close smell of dirt and old walls, which no rush of air could have driven out of the building, filled it from top to bottom. The young fellow's room on the 5th floor looked into a kind of abyss. The huge cutting of the Western Railway just above the outlet by the tunnel of the Batignolles station. Durai opened his window and leaned against the rusty iron crossbar. Below him, at the bottom of the dark hole, 3 motionless red lights resembled the eyes of huge wild animals, and further on a glimpse could be caught of others, and others again still further. Every moment whistles, prolonged or brief, pierced the silence of the night, some near at hand, others scarcely discernible, coming from a distance from the direction of Asnières. Their modulations were akin to those of the human voice. One of them came nearer and nearer, with its plaintive appeal growing louder and louder every moment. And soon a big yellow light appeared advancing with a loud noise, and Durai watched the string of railway carriages swallowed up by the tunnel. Then he said to himself, "Come, let's go to work." He placed his light upon the table, but at the moment of commencing, he found that he had only a quire of letter paper in the place. More the pity, but he would make use of it by opening out each sheet to its full extent. He dipped his pen in ink and wrote at the head of the page, in his best hand, "Recollections of a chasseur d'Afrique." Then he tried to frame the opening sentence. He remained with his head on his hands and his eyes fixed on the white sheet spread out before him. What should he say? He could no longer recall anything of what he had been relating a little while back. Not an anecdote, not a fact, nothing. All at once the thought struck him, "I must begin with my departure." And he wrote, "It was in 1874, about the middle of May, when France, in her exhaustion, was reposing after the catastrophe of the terrible year." He stopped short, not knowing how to lead up to what should follow: his embarkation, his voyage, his first impressions. After 10 minutes' reflection, he resolved to put off the introductory slip till tomorrow, and to set to work at once to describe Algiers. And he traced on his paper the words, "Algiers is a white city," without being able to state anything further. He recalled in his mind the pretty white city flowing down in a cascade of flat-roofed dwellings from the summit of its hills to the sea. But he could no longer find a word to express what he had seen and felt. After a violent effort, he added, "It is partly inhabited by Arabs." Then he threw down his pen and rose from his chair. On his little iron bedstead, hollowed in the center by the pressure of his body, he saw his everyday garments cast down there, empty, worn, limp, ugly as the clothing at the morgue. On a straw-bottomed chair, his tall hat, his only one brim uppermost, seemed to be awaiting an alms. Wallpaper, gray with blue bouquets, showed as many stains as flowers, old, suspicious-looking stains, the origin of which could not be defined, crushed insects, or drops of oil, fingertips smeared with pomatum, or soapy water scattered while washing. It smacked of shabby, genteel poverty, the poverty of a Paris lodging-house. Anger rose within him at the wretchedness of his mode of living. He said to himself that he must get out of it at once, that he must finish with this irksome existence the very next day. A frantic desire of working having suddenly seized on him again, he sat down once more at the table and began anew to seek for phrases to describe the strange and charming physiognomy of Algiers, that anteroom of vast and mysterious Africa, the Africa of wandering Arabs and unknown tribes of Negroes, that unexplored Africa of which we are sometimes shown in public gardens, the improbable-looking animals seemingly made to figure in fairy tales, the ostriches, those exaggerated fowls, the gazelles, those divine goats, the surprising and grotesque giraffes, the grave-looking camels, the monstrous hippopotami, the shapeless rhinoceros, and the gorillas, those frightful-looking brothers of mankind. He vaguely felt ideas occurring to him. He might perhaps have uttered them, but he could not put them into writing. And his impotence exasperated him. He got up again, his hands damp with perspiration and his temples throbbing. His eyes falling on his washing bill, brought up that evening by the concierge. He was suddenly seized with wild despair. All his joy vanishing in a twinkling, with his confidence in himself and his faith in the future. It was all up. He could not do anything. He would never be anybody. He felt played out, incapable, good for nothing, damned. And he went and leaned out of the window again, just as a train issued from the tunnel with a loud and violent noise. It was going away afar off, across the fields and plains towards the sea, and the recollection of his parents stirred in Durai's breast. It would pass near them, that train, within a few leagues of their house. He saw it again, the little house at the entrance to the village of Cantelou, on the summit of the slope overlooking Rouen and the immense valley of the Seine. His father and mother kept a little inn, a place where the tradesfolk of the suburbs of Rouen came out to lunch on Sunday at the sign of the Bellevue. They had wanted to make a gentleman of their son and had sent him to college. Having finished his studies and been plowed for his bachelor's degree, he had entered on his military service with the intention of becoming an officer, a colonel, a general, but disgusted with military life long before the completion of his 5 years' term of service, he had dreamed of making a fortune at Paris. He came there at the expiration of his term of service, despite the entreaties of his father and mother, whose visions, having evaporated, wanted now to have him at home with them. In his turn, he hoped to achieve a future. He foresaw a triumph by means as yet vaguely defined in his mind, but which he felt sure he could scheme out and further. He had had some successful love affairs in the regiment, some easy conquests, and even some adventures in a better class of society, having seduced a tax collector's daughter who wanted to leave her home for his sake, and a lawyer's wife who had tried to drown herself in despair at being abandoned. His comrades used to say of him, "He is a sharp fellow, a deep one to get out of a scrape, a chap who knows which side his bread is buttered." And he had promised himself to act up to this character. His conscience, Norman by birth, worn by the daily dealings of garrison life, rendered elastic by the examples of pillaging in Africa, illicit commissions, shaky dodges, spurred, too, by the notions of honor current in the army, military bravados, patriotic sentiments, the fine-sounding tales current among sub-officers, and the vain glory of the profession of arms, had become a kind of box of tricks in which something of everything was to be found. But the wish to succeed reigned sovereign in it. He had, without noticing it, began to dream again, as he did every evening. He pictured to himself some splendid love adventure which should bring about all at once the realization of his hopes. He married the daughter of some banker or nobleman met within the street, and captivated at the first glance the shrill whistle of a locomotive which, issuing from the tunnel like a big rabbit bolting out of its hole, and tearing at full speed along the rails towards the machine shed where it was to take its rest, awoke him from his dream. Then, repossessed by the vague and joyful hope which ever haunted his mind, he wafted a kiss into the night, a kiss of love addressed to the vision of the woman he was awaiting, a kiss of desire addressed to the fortune he coveted. Then he closed his window and began to undress, murmuring, "I shall feel in a better mood for it tomorrow. My thoughts are not clear tonight. Perhaps, too, I have had just a little too much to drink. One can't work well under those circumstances." He got into bed, blew out his light, and went off to sleep almost immediately. He awoke early, as one awakes on mornings of hope and trouble, and jumping out of bed, opened his window to drink a cup of fresh air, as he phrased it. The houses of the Rue de Rome opposite, on the other side of the broad railway cutting, glittering in the rays of the rising sun, seemed to be painted with white light. Afar off on the right, a glimpse was caught of the slopes of Argenteuil, the hills of Sanois, and the windmills of Orgemont through a light bluish mist, like a floating and transparent veil cast onto the horizon. Durai remained for some minutes gazing at the distant countryside, and he murmured, "It would be devilish nice out there a day like this." Then he bethought himself that he must set to work, and that at once, and also send his concierge's lad, at a cost of 10 sous, to the office to say that he was ill, He sat down at his table, dipped his pen in the ink, leaned his forehead on his hand, and sought for ideas. All in vain, nothing came. He was not discouraged, however. He thought, "Bah, I am not accustomed to it. It is a trade to be learned like all other trades. I must have some help the first time. I will go and find Forestier, who will give me a start for my article in 10 minutes." And he dressed himself. When he got into the street, he came to the conclusion that it was still too early to present himself at the residence of his friend, who must be a late sleeper. He therefore walked slowly along beneath the trees of the outer boulevards. It was not yet 9 o'clock when he reached the Parc Monceau, fresh from its morning watering. Sitting down upon a bench, he began to dream again. A well-dressed young man was walking up and down at a short distance, awaiting a woman, no doubt. Yes, she appeared, close-veiled and quick-stepping, and taking his arm, after a brief clasp of the hand, they walked away together. A riotous need of love broke out in Durai's heart, a need of amours at once distinguished and delicate. He rose and resumed his journey, thinking of Forestier. What luck the fellow had. He reached the door at the moment his friend was coming out of it. "You here at this time of day? What do you want of me?" Durai, taken aback at meeting him thus, just as he was starting off, stammered, you see, I can't manage to write my article. You know, the article Monsieur Walter asked me to write on Algeria. It is not very surprising, considering that I have never written anything. Practice is needed for that, as for everything else. I shall get used to it very quickly, I am sure, but I do not know how to set about beginning. I have plenty of ideas, but I cannot manage to express them." He stopped hesitatingly, and Forestier smiled somewhat slyly, saying, "I know what it is." Durai went on, "Yes, it must happen to everyone at the beginning. Well, I came to ask you for a lift. In 10 minutes you can give me a start. You can show me how to shape it. It will be a good lesson in style you will give me. And really, without you, I do not see how I can get on with it." Forestier still smiled, and tapping his old comrade on the arm, said, "Go in and see my wife. She will settle your business quite as well as I could. I have trained her for that kind of work. I myself have not time this morning, or I would willingly have done it for you." Durai, suddenly abashed, hesitated, feeling afraid. "But I cannot call on her at this time of the day." "Oh, yes, she is up. You will find her in my study, arranging some notes for me." Durai refused to go upstairs, saying, "No, I can't think of such a thing." Forestier took him by the shoulders, twisted him round on his heels, and pushing him towards the staircase, said, "Go along, you great donkey, when I tell you to. You are not going to oblige me to go up these flights of stairs again to introduce you and explain the fix you are in." Then Durai made up his mind. "Thanks, then, I will go up," he said. "I shall tell her that you forced me, positively forced me to come and see her. All right, she won't scratch your eyes out. Above all, do not forget our appointment for 3 o'clock. Oh, don't be afraid about that." Forestier hastened off, and Durai, began to ascend the stairs slowly, step by step, thinking over what he should say and feeling uneasy as to his probable reception. The man's servant, wearing a blue apron and holding a broom in his hand, opened the door to him. "Master is not at home," he said, without waiting to be spoken to. Durai persisted. "Ask Madame Forestier," said he, "whether she will receive me, and tell her that I have come from her husband, whom I met in the street." Then he waited while the man went away, returned, and opening the door on the right, said, "Madame will see you, sir." She was seated in an office armchair in a small room, the walls of which were wholly hidden by books carefully ranged on shelves of black wood. The bindings, of various tints, red, yellow, green, violet, and blue, gave some color and liveliness to those monotonous lines of volumes. She turned round, still smiling. She was wrapped in a white dressing gown, trimmed with lace, and as she held out her hand, displayed her bare arm in its wide sleeve. "Already," said she, and then added, "That is not meant for a reproach, but a simple question. Oh, Madame, I did not want to come up, but your husband, whom I met at the bottom of the house, obliged me to. I am so confused that I dare not tell you what brings me." She pointed to a chair, saying, "Sit down and tell me about it." She was twirling a goose quill between her fingers, and in front of her was a half-written page, interrupted by the young fellow's arrival. She seemed quite at home at this work table, as much at her ease as if in her drawing room, engaged on everyday tasks. A faint perfume emanated from her dressing gown, the fresh perfume of a recent toilet. Durai sought to divine, fancied he could trace, the outline of her plump, youthful figure through the soft material enveloping it. She went on, as he did not reply. "Well, come tell me, what is it?" He murmured hesitatingly. "Well, you see, but I really dare not. I was working last night very late, and quite early this morning on the article upon Algeria, upon which Monsieur Walter asked me to write, and I could not get on with it. I tore up all my attempts. I am not accustomed to this kind of work, and I came to ask Forestier to help me this once." She interrupted him, laughing heartily. "And he told you to come and see me. That is a nice thing." "Yes, Madame. He said that you will get me out of my difficulty better than himself, but I did not dare. I did not wish to, you understand." She rose, saying, "It will be delightful to work in collaboration with you like that. I am charmed at the notion. Come, sit down in my place, for they know my handwriting at the office, and we will knock you off an article. Oh, but a good one." He sat down, took a pen, spread a sheet of paper before him, and waited. Madame Forestier, standing by, watched him make these preparations, then took a cigarette from the mantel shelf and lit it. "I cannot work without smoking," said she. "Come, what are you going to say?" He lifted his head towards her with astonishment. "But that is just what I don't know, since it is that I came to see you about." She replied, "Oh, I will put it in order for you. I will make the sauce, but then I want the materials of the dish. He remained embarrassed before her. At length he said, hesitatingly, I should like to relate my journey then, from the beginning. Then she sat down before him on the other side of the table, and looking him in the eyes. Well, tell it me first, for myself alone. You understand, slowly, and without forgetting anything, and I will select what is to be used of it. But as he did not know where to commence, she began to question him as a priest would have done in the confessional, putting precise questions which recalled to him forgotten details, people encountered, and faces merely caught sight of. When she had made him speak thus for about a quarter of an hour, she suddenly interrupted him with, Now we will begin. In the first place, we will imagine that you are narrating your impressions to a friend, which will allow you to write a lot of tomfoolery, to make remarks of all kinds, to be natural and funny if we can. Begin. My dear Henry, you want to know what Algeria is like, and you shall. I will send you, having nothing else to do, in a little cabin of dried mud, which serves me as a habitation, a kind of journal of my life, day by day, and hour by hour. It will be a little lively at times, more is the pity, but you are not obliged to show it to your lady friends. She paused to relight her cigarette, which had gone out, and the faint creaking of the quill on the paper stopped, too. Let us continue, said she. Algeria is a great French country on the frontiers of the great unknown countries called the desert, the Sahara, Central Africa, etc., etc. Algiers is the door, the pretty white door of this strange continent. But it is first necessary to get to it, which is not a rosy job for everyone. I am, you know, an excellent horseman, since I break in the colonel's horses, but a man may be a very good rider and a very bad sailor. That is my case. You remember Surgeon Major Simbretres, whom we used to call Old Ipecacuanha, and how, when we thought ourselves ripe for a 24-hours stay in the infirmary, that blessed sojourning place, we used to go up before him, how he used to sit in his chair, with his fat legs in his red trousers, wide apart, his hands on his knees, and his elbows stuck, rolling his great eyes and gnawing his white mustache. You remember his favorite mode of treatment. This man's stomach is out of order. Give him a dose of emetic number 3, according to my prescription, and then 12 hours off duty, and he will be all right. It was a sovereign remedy, that emetic, sovereign and irresistible. One swallowed it because one had to. Then, when one had undergone the effects of old Ipecacuanha's prescription, one enjoyed 12 well-earned hours' rest. Well, my dear fellow, to reach Africa, it is necessary to undergo for 40 hours the effects of another kind of irresistible emetic, according to the prescription of the Compagnie Transatlantique. She rubbed her hands, delighted with the idea. She got up and walked about, after having lit another cigarette, and dictated as she puffed out little whiffs of smoke, which, issuing at first through a little round hole in the midst of her compressed lips, slowly evaporated, leaving in the air faint gray lines, a kind of transparent mist, like a spider's web. Sometimes, with her open hand, she would brush these light traces aside. At others, she would cut them asunder with her forefinger, and then watch with serious attention the two halves of the almost impenetrable vapor slowly disappear. Durai, with his eyes, followed all her gestures, her attitudes, the movements of her form and features, busied with this vague pastime, which did not preoccupy her thoughts. She now imagined the incidents of the journey, sketched traveling companions invented by herself, and a love affair with the wife of a captain of infantry on her way to join her husband. Then, sitting down again, she questioned Durai on the topography of Algeria, of which she was absolutely ignorant. In 10 minutes, she knew as much about it as he did, and she dictated a little chapter of political and colonial geography to coach the reader up in such matters, and prepare him to understand the serious questions which were to be brought forward in the following articles. She continued by a trip into the provinces of Iran, a fantastic trip in which it was, above all, a question of women, Moorish, Jewish, and Spanish. That is what interests most, she said. She wound up by a sojourn at Saida, at the foot of the great tablelands, and by a pretty little intrigue between the sub-officer, George Durai, and a Spanish work girl employed at the Alpha factory at Ain el-Hajar. She described their rendezvous at night amidst the bare, stony hills, with jackals, hyenas, and Arab dogs yelling, barking, and howling among the rocks. And she gleefully uttered the words, "To be continued." Then, rising, she added, "That is how one writes an article, my dear sir. Sign it, if you please." He hesitated. "But sign it, I tell you." Then he began to laugh, and wrote at the bottom of the page, "George Durai." She went on smoking as she walked up and down, and he still kept looking at her, unable to find anything to say to thank her, happy to be with her, filled with gratitude and with the sensual pleasure of this newborn intimacy. It seemed to him that everything surrounding him was part of her, everything down to the walls covered with books. The chairs, the furniture, the air in which the perfume of tobacco was floating, had something special, nice, sweet, and charming, which emanated from her. Suddenly she asked, "What do you think of my friend, Madame de Morel?" He was surprised and answered, I think her very charming." "Is it not so?" "Yes, certainly." He longed to add, "But not so much as yourself," but dared not. She resumed, "And if you only knew how funny, original, and intelligent she is. She is a bohemian, a true bohemian. That is why her husband scarcely cares for her. He only sees her defects and does not appreciate her good qualities." Durai felt stupefied at learning that Madame de Morel was married. And yet, it was only natural that she should be. He said, "Oh, she is married then. And what is her husband?" Madame Forestier gently shrugged her shoulders and raised her eyebrows with a gesture of incomprehensible meaning. Oh, he is an inspector on the Northern Railway. He spends 8 days out of the month in Paris. What his wife calls obligatory service, or weekly duty, or Holy Week. When you know her better, you will see how nice and bright she is. Go and call on her one of these days. Durai no longer thought of leaving. It seemed to him that he was going to stop forever, that he was at home. But the door opened noiselessly, and a tall gentleman entered without being announced. He stopped short on seeing a stranger. Madame Forestier seemed troubled for a moment. Then she said in natural tones, though a slight rosy flush had risen to her cheeks, "Come in, my dear sir. I must introduce one of Charles' old friends, Monsieur George Durai, a future journalist." Then, in another tone, she added, "Our best and most intimate friend, the Count de Vaudrec." The two men bowed, looking each other in the eyes, and Durai at once took his leave. There was no attempt to detain him. He stammered a few thanks, grasped the outstretched hand of Madame Forestier, bowed again to the newcomer, who preserved the cold, grave air of a man of position, and went out quite disturbed, as if he had made a fool of himself. On finding himself once more in the street, he felt sad and uneasy, haunted by the vague idea of some hidden vexation. He walked on, asking himself whence came this sudden melancholy. He could not tell, but the stern face of the Count de Vaudrec, already somewhat aged, with grey hair, and the calmly insolent look of a very wealthy man, constantly recurred to his recollection. He noted that the arrival of this unknown, breaking off a charming tete-a-tete, had produced in him that chilly, despairing sensation that a word overheard, a trifle noticed, the least thing suffices sometimes to bring about. It seemed to him, too, that this man, without his being able to guess why, had been displeased at finding him there. He had nothing more to do till 3 o'clock, and it was not yet noon. He had still 6 francs 50 centimes in his pocket, and he went and lunched at a bouillon duvel. Then he prowled about the boulevard, and as 3 o'clock struck, ascended the staircase, in itself an advertisement of the Vie Francaise. The messengers in waiting were seated with folded arms on a bench, while at a kind of desk a doorkeeper was sorting the correspondence that had just arrived. The entire get-up of the place, intended to impress visitors, was perfect. Everyone had the appearance, bearing, dignity, and smartness suitable to the anteroom of a large newspaper. "Monsieur Walter, if you please," inquired Durai. "The manager is engaged, sir," replied the doorkeeper. "Will you take a seat, sir?" And he indicated the waiting room, already full of people. There were men grave, important looking, and decorated, and men without visible linen, whose frock coats, buttoned up to the chin, bore upon the breast stains recalling the outlines of continents and seas on geographical maps. There were 3 women among them. One of them was pretty, smiling, and decked out, and had the air of a gay woman her neighbor, with a wrinkled, tragic countenance, decked out also, but in more severe fashion, had about her something worn and artificial, which old actresses generally have, a kind of false youth, like a scent of stale love. The third woman, in mourning, sat in a corner with the air of a desolate widow. Durai thought that she had come to ask for charity. However, no one was ushered into the room beyond, and more than 20 minutes had elapsed. Durai was seized with an idea, and going back to the doorkeeper, said, Monsieur Walter made an appointment for me to call on him here at 3 o'clock. At all events, see whether my friend, Monsieur Forestier, is here. He was at once ushered along a lengthy passage, which brought him to a large room where 4 gentlemen were writing at a large green-covered table. Forestier, standing before the fireplace, was smoking a cigarette and playing at cup and ball. He was very clever at this, and kept spiking the huge ball of yellow boxwood on the wooden point. He was counting 22, 23, 24, 25. 26, said Durai. His friend raised his eyes without interrupting the regular movement of his arm, saying, Oh, here you are then. Yesterday I landed the ball 57 times right off. There's only Saint Potin who can beat me at it among those here. Have you seen the governor? There is nothing funnier than to see that old tubby Norbert playing at cup and ball. He opens his mouth as if he was going to swallow the ball every time. One of the others turned round towards him, saying, I say, Forestier, I know of one for sale, a beauty in West Indian wood. It is said to have belonged to the Queen of Spain. They want 60 francs for it. Not dear. Forestier asked, Where does it hang out? And as he had missed his 37th shot, he opened a cupboard in which Durai saw a score of magnificent cups and balls, arranged and numbered like a collection of art objects. Then, having put back the one he had been using in its usual place, he repeated, Where does this gem hang out? The journalist replied, At a box office keeper's of the vaudeville. I will bring it you tomorrow, if you like. All right. If it is really a good one, I will take it. One can never have too many. Then, turning to Durai, he added, Come with me. I will take you in to see the governor. Otherwise, you might be getting moldy here till 7 in the evening. They recrossed the waiting room, in which the same people were waiting in the same order. As soon as Forestier appeared, the young woman and the old actress, rising quickly, came up to him. He took them aside one after the other into the bay of the window, and although they took care to talk in low tones, Durai noticed that they were on familiar terms. Then, having passed through 2 padded doors, they entered the manager's room. The conference, which had been going on for an hour or so, was nothing more than a game at écarté with some of the gentlemen with the flat-brimmed hats, whom Durai had noticed the night before. Monsieur Walter dealt and played with concentrated attention and crafty movements, while his adversary threw down, picked up, and handled the light bits of colored pasteboard with the swiftness, skill, and grace of a practiced player. Norbert de Varenne seated in the managerial armchair, was writing an article. Jacques Rival, stretched at full length on a couch, was smoking a cigar with his eyes closed. The room smelled close, with that blended odor of leather-covered furniture, stale tobacco, and printing ink peculiar to editors' rooms and familiar to all journalists. Upon the black wood table, inlaid with brass, lay an incredible pile of papers, letters, cards, newspapers, magazines, bills, and printed matter of every description. Forestier shook hands with the punters standing behind the card players, and without saying a word watched the progress of the game. Then, as soon as Daddy Walter had won, he said, "Here is my friend, Durai." The manager glanced sharply at the young fellow over the glasses of his spectacles and said, "Have you brought my article? It would go very well today with the Morel debate." Durai took the sheets of paper folded in four from his pocket, saying, "Here it is, sir." The manager seemed pleased and remarked with a smile, "Very good, very good. You are a man of your word. You must look through this for me, Forestier." But Forestier hastened to reply, "It is not worth while, Monsieur Walter. I did it with him to give him a lesson in the tricks of the trade. It is very well done." And the manager, who was gathering up the cards dealt by a tall, thin gentleman, a deputy belonging to the left center, remarked with indifference, "All right, then." Forestier, however, did not let him begin the new game, but stooping, murmured in his ear, "You know you promised me to take on Durrell to replace Marambot. Shall I engage him on the same terms?" "Yes, certainly." Taking his friend's arm, the journalist led him away, while Monsieur Walter resumed the game. Norbert de Varenne had not lifted his head. He did not appear to have seen or recognized Durai. Jacques Rival, on the contrary, had taken his hand with the marked and demonstrative energy of a comrade who may be reckoned upon in the case of any little difficulty. They passed through the waiting room again, and as everyone looked at them, Forestier said to the youngest of the women, in a tone loud enough to be heard by the rest, "The manager will see you directly. He is just now engaged with 2 members of the budget committee." Then he passed swiftly on, with an air of hurry and importance, as though about to draft at once an article of the utmost weight. As soon as they were back in the reporter's room, Forestier at once took up his cup and ball, and as he began to play with it again, said to Durai, breaking his sentences in order to count, "You will come here every day at 3 o'clock, and I will tell you the places you are to go to, either during the day or in the evening or the next morning. One, I will give you, first of all, a letter of introduction to the head of the first department of the prefecture of police. 2, who will put you in communication with one of his clerks. You will settle with him about all the important information. 3, from the prefecture, official and quasi-official information. You know, in all matters of detail you will apply to Saint Potin, who is up in the work. 4, you can see him by and by, or tomorrow. You must, above all, cultivate the knack of dragging information out of men I send you to see 5 and to get in everywhere, in spite of closed doors. 6. You will have for this a salary of 200 francs a month, with 2 sous a line for the paragraphs you glean. 7. And 2 sous a line for all articles written by you to order on different subjects. 8. Then he gave himself up entirely to his occupation and went on slowly counting. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. He missed the 14th and swore, "Damn that 13. It always brings me bad luck. I shall die on the 13th of some month, I am certain." One of his colleagues who had finished his work also took a cup and ball from the cupboard. He was a little man who looked like a boy, although he was really 35. Several other journalists having come in, went one after the other and got out the toy belonging to each of them. Soon there were 6 standing side by side, with their backs to the wall, swinging into the air, with even and regular motion, the balls of red, yellow, and black, according to the wood they were made of. And a match having begun, the 2 who were still working got up to act as umpires. Forestier won by 11 points. Then the little man, with the juvenile aspect who had lost, rang for the messenger and gave the order 9 box. And they began to play again, pending the arrival of these refreshments. Durai drank a glass of beer with his new comrades, and then said to his friend, "What am I to do now? I have nothing for you today. You can go if you want to. And our article, will it go in tonight?" "Yes, but do not bother yourself about it. I will correct the proofs. Write the continuation for tomorrow, and come here at 3 o'clock, the same as today." Durai, having shaken hands with everyone, without even knowing their names, went down the magnificent staircase with a light heart and high spirits. Chapter 4. George Durai slept badly. So excited was he by the wish to see his article in print. He was up as soon as it was daylight, and was prowling about the streets long before the hour at which the porters from the newspaper offices run with their papers from kiosk to kiosk. He went on to the St. Lazare terminus, knowing that the 5 francs would be delivered there before it reached his own district. As he was still too early, he wandered up and down on the footpath. He witnessed the arrival of the newspaper vendor who opened her glass shop, and then saw a man bearing on his head a pile of papers. He rushed forward. There were the Figaro, the Gil Blas, the Gaulois, the Evenement, and 2 or 3 morning journals, but the 5 francs was not among them. Fear seized him. Suppose the recollections of a chasseur d'Afrique had been kept over for the next day, or that by chance they had not at the last moment seemed suitable to Daddy Walter. Turning back to the kiosk, he saw that the paper was on sale without his having seen it brought there. He darted forward, unfolded it, after having thrown down the 3 sous, and ran through the headings of the articles on the first page. Nothing. His heart began to beat, and he experienced strong emotion on reading at the foot of a column in large letters, "George Durai." It was in What Happiness. He began to walk along unconsciously, the paper in his hand and his hat on one side of his head, with a longing to stop the passers-by in order to say to them, "Buy this, by this. There is an article by me in it." He would have liked to have bellowed with all the power of his lungs, like some vendors of papers at night on the boulevards. Read the Vie Francaise, read George Duroy's article, Recollections of a Chasseur d'Afrique, and suddenly he felt a wish to read this article himself, read it in a public place, a cafe, in sight of all. He looked about for some establishment already filled with customers. He had to walk in search of one for some time. He sat down at last in front of a kind of wine shop where several customers were already installed, and asked for a glass of rum, as he would have asked for one of absinthe, without thinking of the time. Then he cried, "Waiter, bring me the Vie Francaise." A man in a white apron stepped up, saying, "We have not got it, sir. We only take in the Rappel, the Siècle, the Lannion, and the Petit Parisien." "What a den!" exclaimed Durai, in a tone of anger and disgust. "Here, go and buy it for me." The waiter hastened to do so, and brought back the paper. Durai began to read his article, and several times said aloud, "Very good, very well put," to attract the attention of his neighbors, and inspire them with the wish to know what there was in this sheet. Then, on going away, he left it on the table. The master of the place, noticing this, called him back, saying, "Sir, sir, you are forgetting your paper." And Durai replied, "I will leave it to you. I have finished with it. There is a very interesting article in it this morning." He did not indicate the article, but he noticed as he went away one of his neighbors take the Vie Francaise up from the table on which he had left it. He thought, "What shall I do now?" And he decided to go to his office, take his month's salary, and tender his resignation. He felt a thrill of anticipatory pleasure at the thought of the faces that would be pulled up by the chief of his room and his colleagues. The notion of the bewilderment of the chief above all charmed him. He walked slowly, so as not to get there too early, the cashier's office not opening before 10 o'clock. His office was a large, gloomy room in which gas had to be kept burning almost all day long in winter. It looked into a narrow courtyard with other offices on the further side of it. There were 8 clerks there, besides a sub-chief hidden behind a screen in one corner. Durai first went to get the 118 francs 25 centimes enclosed in a yellow envelope, and placed in the drawer of the clerk entrusted with such payments. And then, with a conquering air, entered the large room in which he had already spent so many days. As soon as he came in, the sub-chief, Monsieur Potel, called out to him, "Ah, it is you, Monsieur Durer. The chief has already asked for you several times. You know that he will not allow anyone to plead illness 2 days running without a doctor's certificate." Durai, who was standing in the middle of the room, preparing his sensational effect, replied in a loud voice, "I don't care a damn whether he does or not." There was a movement of stupefaction among the clerks, and Monsieur Potel's features showed affrightedly over the screen, which shut him up as in a box. He barricaded himself behind it for fear of draughts, for he was rheumatic, but had pierced a couple of holes through the paper to keep an eye on his staff. A pin might have been heard to fall. At length, the sub-chief said, hesitatingly, "You said." "I said that I don't care a damn about it. I have only called today to tender my resignation. I am engaged on the staff of the Vie Francaise at 500 francs a month, and extra pay for all I write. Indeed, I made my debut this morning." He had promised himself to spin out his enjoyment, but had not been able to resist the temptation of letting it all out at once. The effect, too, was overwhelming. No one stirred. Durai went on. "I will go and inform Monsieur Perthuis, and then come and wish you goodbye." And he went out in search of the chief, who exclaimed, on seeing him, "Ah, here you are. You know that I won't have." His late subordinate cut him short with, "It's not worth while yelling like that." Monsieur Perthuis, a stout man, as red as a turkey cock, was choked with bewilderment. Durai continued, "I have had enough of this crib. I made my debut this morning in journalism, where I am assured of a very good position. I have the honor to bid you good day." And he went out. He was avenged. As he promised, he went and shook hands with his old colleagues, who scarcely dared to speak to him for fear of compromising themselves, for they had overheard his conversation with the chief, the door having remained open. He found himself in the street again, with his salary in his pocket. He stood himself a substantial breakfast at a good but cheap restaurant he was acquainted with, and having again purchased the Vie Francaise and left it on the table, went into several shops where he bought some trifles, solely for the sake of ordering them to be sent home, and giving his name, George Durai, with the addition, "I am the editor of the Vie Francaise." Then he gave the name of the street and the number, taking care to add, "Leave it with the doorkeeper." As he had still some time to spare, he went into the shop of a lithographer, who executed visiting cards at a moment's notice before the eyes of passers-by, and had 100, bearing his new occupation under his name, printed off while he waited. Then he went to the office of the paper. Forestier received him loftily, as one receives a subordinate. "Ah, here you are. Good. I have several things for you to attend to. Just wait 10 minutes. I will just finish what I am about." And he went on with a letter he was writing. At the other end of the large table, a fat, bald little man, with a very pale, puffy face and a white and shining head, was writing, with his nose on the paper owing to extreme short-sightedness. Forestier said to him, "I say, Saint Potin, when are you going to interview those people?" "At 4 o'clock. Will you take young Durrell here with you, and let him into the way of doing it?" "All right." Then turning to his friend, Forestier added, "Have you brought the continuation of the Algerian article? The opening this morning was very successful." Durai, taken aback, stammered, "No, I thought I should have time this afternoon. I had heaps of things to do. I was not able." The other shrugged his shoulders with a dissatisfied air. "If you are not more exact than that, you will spoil your future." Daddy Walter was reckoning on your copy. I will tell him it will be ready tomorrow. If you think you are to be paid for doing nothing, you are mistaken." Then, after a short silence, he added, "One must strike the iron while it is hot, or the deuce is in it." Saint Potin rose, saying, "I am ready." Then Forestier, leaning back in his chair, assumed a serious attitude in order to give his instructions, and turning to Durai, said, "This is what it is. Within the last 2 days, the Chinese General Li Thengfao has arrived at the Hotel Continental, and the Rajatapasahib Ramadarao Pali at the Hotel Bristol. You will go and interview them." Turning to Saint Potin, he continued, "Don't forget the main points I told you of. Ask the General and the Raja their opinion upon the action of England in the East, their ideas upon her system of colonization and domination, and their hopes respecting the intervention of Europe, and especially of France." He was silent for a moment, and then added in a theatrical aside, "It will be most interesting to our readers to learn at the same time what is thought in China and India upon these matters, which so forcibly occupy public attention at this moment." He continued, for the benefit of Durai, "Watch how Saint Potin sets to work. He is a capital reporter. And try to learn the trick of pumping a man in 5 minutes." Then he gravely resumed his writing, with the evident intention of defining their relative positions, and putting his old comrade and present colleague in his proper place. As soon as they had crossed the threshold, Saint Potin began to laugh, and said to Durai, "There's a fluffer for you." He tried to fluff even us. One would really think he took us for his readers. They reached the boulevard, and the reporter observed, "Will you have a drink? Certainly, it is awfully hot." They turned into a cafe and ordered cooling drinks. Saint Potin began to talk. He talked about the paper, and everyone connected with it with an abundance of astonishing details. The governor, a regular Jew. And you know, nothing can alter a Jew. What a breed. And he instanced some astounding traits of avariciousness peculiar to the children of Israel. Economies of 10 centimes, petty bargaining, shameful reductions, asked for and obtained. All the ways of a usurer and pawnbroker. And yet with all this, a good fellow who believes in nothing and does everyone. His paper, which is governmental, Catholic, liberal, Republican, or Leonist, pay your money and take your choice, was only started to help him in his speculations on the bourse and bolster up his other schemes. At that game, he is very clever and nets millions through companies without 4 sous of genuine capital. He went on, addressing Durai as my dear fellow, and he says things worthy of Balzac, the old shark. Fancy, the other day I was in his room with that old tub Norbert and that Don Quixote rival, when Montalin, our business manager, came in with his Morocco bill case, that bill case that everyone in Paris knows, under his arm. Walter raised his head and asked, "What news?" Montalin answered simply, "I have just paid the 16,000 francs we owed the paper maker." The governor gave a jump, an astonishing jump. "What do you mean?" said he. "I have just paid Monsieur Privas," replied Montalin. "But you are mad." "Why?" He took off his spectacles and wiped them. Then he smiled with that queer smile that flits across his fat cheeks whenever he is going to say something deep or smart, and went on in a mocking and derisive tone. Why? Because we could have obtained a reduction of from 4 to 5,000 francs. Montalin replied in astonishment. But, sir, all the accounts were correct, checked by me and passed by yourself. Then the governor, quite serious again, observed, "What a fool you are! Don't you know, Monsieur Montalin, that one should always let one's debts mount up in order to offer a composition?" And Saint Potin added, with a knowing shake of his head, Isn't that worthy of Balzac?" Durai had not read Balzac, but he replied, "By Jove, yes." Then the reporter spoke of Madame Walter, an old goose, of Norbert de Varenne, an old failure, of Rival, a copy of Fervax. Next he came to Forestier. As to him, he has been lucky in marrying his wife, that is all. Durai asked, "What is his wife really?" Saint Potin rubbed his hands. "Oh, a deep one, a smart woman. She was the mistress of an old rake named Vaudrec, the Count de Vaudrec, who gave her a dowry and married her off." Durai suddenly felt a cold shiver run through him, a tingling of the nerves, a longing to smack this gabbler on the face. But he merely interrupted him by asking, "And your name is Saint Potin?" The other replied, simply enough, "No, my name is Thomas. It is in the office that they have nicknamed me Saint Potin." Durai, as he paid for the drinks, observed, "But it seems to me that time is getting on, and that we have 2 noble foreigners to call on." Saint Potin began to laugh. "You are still green, so you fancy I am going to ask the Chinese and the Hindu what they think of England, as if I did not know better than themselves what they ought to think in order to please the readers of the Vie Francaise. I have already interviewed 500 of these Chinese, Persians, Hindus, Chileans, Japanese, and others. They all reply the same, according to me. I have only to take my article on the last comer and copy it word for word. What has to be changed, though, is their appearance, their name, their title, their age, and their suite. Oh, on that point it does not do to make a mistake, for I should be snapped up sharp by the Figaro or the Gaulois. But on these matters, the hall porters at the Hotel Bristol and the Hotel Continental will put me right in 5 minutes. We will smoke a cigar as we walk there. 5 francs cab hire to charge to the paper. That is how one sets about it, my dear fellow, when one is practically inclined. It must be worth something decent to be a reporter under these circumstances," said Durai. The journalist replied mysteriously, "Yes, but nothing pays so well as paragraphs, on account of the veiled advertisements." They had got up and were passing down the boulevards towards the Madeleine. Saint Potin suddenly observed to his companion, "You know, if you have anything else to do, I shall not need you in any way." Durai shook hands and left him. The notion of the article to be written that evening worried him, and he began to think. He stored his mind with ideas, reflections, opinions, and anecdotes as he walked along, and went as far as the end of the Avenue des Champs-Élysées, where only a few strollers were to be seen, the heat having caused Paris to be evacuated. Having dined at a wine shop near the Arc de Triomphe, he walked slowly home along the outer boulevards and sat down at his table to work. But as soon as he had the sheet of blank paper before his eyes, all the materials that he had accumulated fled from his mind, as though his brain had evaporated. He tried to seize on fragments of his recollections and to retain them, but they escaped him as fast as he laid hold of them, or else they rushed on him altogether pell-mell, and he did not know how to clothe and present them, nor which one to begin with. After an hour of attempts and 5 sheets of paper blackened by opening phrases that had no continuation, he said to himself, "I am not yet well enough up in the business. I must have another lesson." And all at once, the prospect of another morning's work with Madame Forestier, the hope of another long and intimate tete-a-tete, so cordial and so pleasant, made him quiver with desire. He went to bed in a hurry, almost afraid now of setting to work again and succeeding all at once. He did not get up the next day till somewhat late, putting off and tasting in advance the pleasure of this visit. It was past 10 when he rang his friend's bell. The manservant replied, "Master is engaged at his work." Durai had not thought that the husband might be at home. He insisted, however, saying, "Tell him that I have called on a matter requiring immediate attention." After waiting 5 minutes, he was shown into the study in which he had passed such a pleasant morning. In the chair he had occupied, Forestier was now seated writing, in a dressing gown and slippers, and with a little Scotch bonnet on his head, while his wife in the same white gown leant against the mantelpiece and dictated, cigarette in mouth. Durai, halting on the threshold, murmured, "I really beg your pardon. I am afraid I am disturbing you." His friend, turning his face towards him, an angry face, too, growled, "What is it you want now? Be quick, we are pressed for time." The intruder, taken back, stammered, "It is nothing, I beg your pardon." But Forestier, growing angry, exclaimed, "Come, hang it all, don't waste time about it. You have not forced your way in just for the sake of wishing us good morning, I suppose." Then Durai, greatly perturbed, made up his mind. "No, you see, the fact is, I can't quite manage my article, and you were so kind last time that I hoped that I ventured to come." Forestier cut him short. "You have a pretty cheek. So you think I am going to do your work, and that all you have to do is to call on the cashier at the end of the month to draw your screw. No, that is too good." The young woman went on smoking without saying a word, smiling with a vague smile, which seemed like an amiable mask, concealing the irony of her thoughts. Durai colored up, stammered, "Excuse me, I fancied I thought," then suddenly, and in a clear voice, he went on, "I beg your pardon 1,000 times, madame, while again thanking you most sincerely for the charming article you produced for me yesterday." He bowed, remarked to Charles, "I shall be at the office at 3, and went out. He walked home rapidly, grumbling, "Well, will do it all alone, and they shall see. Scarcely had he got in than, excited by anger, he began to write. He continued the adventure began by Madame Forestier, heaping up details of catchpenny romance, surprising incidents, and inflated descriptions, with the style of a schoolboy and the phraseology of the barrack room. Within an hour, he had finished an article which was a chaos of nonsense, and took it with every assurance to the Vie Francaise. The first person he met was Saint Potin, who, grasping his hand with the energy of an accomplice, said, "You have read my interview with the Chinese and the Hindu. Isn't it funny? It has amused everyone, and I did not even get a glimpse of them." Durai, who had not read anything, at once took up the paper and ran his eye over a long article headed "India and China," while the reporter pointed out the most interesting passages. Forestier came in puffing, in a hurry, with a busy air, saying, "Good, I want both of you." And he mentioned a number of items of political information that would have to be obtained that very afternoon. Durai held out his article. "Here is the continuation about Algeria." "Very good, hand it over, and I will give it to the governor." That was all. Saint Potin led away his new colleague, and when they were in the passage, he said to him, "Have you seen the cashier?" "No, why?" "Why, to draw your money. You see, you should always draw a month in advance. One never knows what may happen. But I ask for nothing better. I will introduce you to the cashier. He will make no difficulty about it. They pay up well here." Durai went and drew his 200 francs, with 28 more for his article of the day before, which, added to what remained of his salary from the railway company, gave him 340 francs in his pocket. He had never owned such a sum, and thought himself possessed of wealth for an indefinite period. Saint Potin then took him to have a gossip in the offices of 4 or 5 rival papers, hoping that the news he was entrusted to obtain had already been gleaned by others, and that he should be able to draw it out of them, thanks to the flow and artfulness of his conversation. When evening had come, Durai, who had nothing more to do, thought of going again to the Folies Bergers, and putting a bold face on, he went up to the box office. "I am George Durai, on the staff of the Vie Francaise. I came here the other day with Monsieur Forestier, who promised me to see about my being put on the free list. I do not know whether he has thought of it. The list was referred to. His name was not entered. However, the box office keeper, a very affable man, at once said, 'Pray, go in all the same, sir, and write yourself to the manager, who, I am sure, will pay attention to your letter.' He went in and almost immediately met Rachel, the woman he had gone off with the first evening. She came up to him, saying, 'Good evening, Ducky. Are you quite well?' 'Very well, thanks, and you?' 'I am all right. Do you know, I have dreamed of you twice since last time.' Durai smiled, feeling flattered. 'Ah, and what does that mean?' 'It means that you pleased me, you old dear, and that we will begin again whenever you please. Today, if you like. Yes, I am quite willing. Good, but he hesitated, a little ashamed of what he was going to do. The fact is that this time I have not a penny. I have just come from the club, where I have dropped everything. She looked him full in the eyes, scenting a lie with the instinct and habit of a girl accustomed to the tricks and bargainings of men, and remarked, "Bosh, that is not a nice sort of thing to try on me." He smiled in an embarrassed way. "If you will take 10 francs, it is all I have left," she murmured, with the disinterestedness of a courtesan gratifying a fancy. "What you please, my lady. I only want you." And lifting her charming eyes towards the young man's mustache, she took his arm and leant lovingly upon it. "Let us go and have a grenadine first of all," she remarked, "and then we will take a stroll together. I should like to go to the opera like this, with you, to show you off. And we will go home early, eh?" He lay late at this girl's place. It was broad day when he left, and the notion occurred to him to buy the 20 francs. He opened the paper with feverish hand. His article was not there, and he stood on the footpath, anxiously running his eye down the printed columns, with the hope of at length finding what he was in search of. A weight suddenly oppressed his heart, for after the fatigue of a night of love, this vexation came upon him with the weight of a disaster. He reached home and went to sleep in his clothes on the bed. Entering the office some hours later, he went on to see Monsieur Walter. "I was surprised at not seeing my second article on Algeria in the paper this morning, sir," said he. The manager raised his head and replied in a dry tone, "I gave it to your friend Forestier and asked him to read it through. He did not think it up to the mark. You must rewrite it." Durai, in a rage, went out without saying a word, and abruptly entering his old comrade's room, said, "Why didn't you let my article go in this morning?" The journalist was smoking a cigarette with his back almost on the seat of his armchair and his feet on the table, his heels soiling an article already commenced. He said slowly, in a bored and distant voice, as though speaking from the depths of a hole, "The governor thought it poor, and told me to give it back to you to do over again. There it is." And he pointed out the slips flattened out under a paperweight. Durai, abashed, could find nothing to say in reply. And as he was putting his prose into his pocket, Forestier went on, "Today you must first of all go to the prefecture." And he proceeded to give a list of business errands and items of news to be attended to. Durai went off without having been able to find the cutting remark he wanted to. He brought back his article the next day. It was returned to him again. Having rewritten it a third time, and finding it still refused, he understood that he was trying to go ahead too fast, and that Forestier's hand alone could help him on his way. He did not therefore say anything more about the recollections of a chasseur d'Afrique, promising himself to be supple and cunning since it was needful, and while awaiting something better to zealously discharge his duties as a reporter, he learned to know the way behind the scenes in theatrical and political life. The waiting rooms of statesmen and the lobby of the Chamber of Deputies, the important countenances of permanent secretaries, and the grim looks of sleepy ushers. He had continual relations with ministers, doorkeepers, generals, police agents, princes, bullies, courtesans, ambassadors, bishops, panders, adventurers, men of fashion, card sharpers, cab drivers, waiters, and many others. Having become the interested yet indifferent friend of all these, confounding them together in his estimation, measuring them with the same measure, judging them with the same eye, though having to see them every day at every hour, without any transition, and to speak with them all on the same business of his own. He compared himself to a man who had to drink off samples of every kind of wine one after the other, and who would soon be unable to tell Chateau Margaux from Argenteuil. He became in a short time a remarkable reporter, certain of his information, artful, swift, subtle, a real find for the paper, as was observed by Daddy Walter, who knew what newspaper men were. However, as he got only centimes a line in addition to his monthly screw of 200 francs, and as life on the boulevards and in cafes and restaurants is costly, he never had a halfpenny and was disgusted with his poverty. There is some knack to be got hold of, he thought, seeing some of his fellows with their pockets full of money, without ever being able to understand what secret methods they could make use of to procure this abundance. He enviously suspected unknown and suspicious transactions, services rendered, a whole system of contraband accepted and agreed to. But it was necessary that he should penetrate the mystery, enter into the tacit partnership, make himself one with the comrades who were sharing without him. And he often thought of an evening, as he watched the trains go by from his window, of the steps he ought to take. Chapter 5. 2 months had gone by, September was at hand, and the rapid fortune which Durai had hoped for seemed to him slow in coming. He was, above all, uneasy at the mediocrity of his position, and did not see by what path he could scale the heights on the summit of which one finds respect, power, and money. He felt shut up in the mediocre calling of a reporter, so walled in as to be unable to get out of it. He was appreciated, but estimated in accordance with his position. Even Forestier, to whom he rendered 1,000 services, no longer invited him to dinner, and treated him in every way as an inferior, though still accosting him as a friend. From time to time, it is true, Durai, seizing an opportunity, got in a short article, and having acquired through his paragraphs a mastery over his pen, and a tact which was lacking to him when he wrote his second article on Algeria, no longer ran any risk of having his descriptive efforts refused. But from this to writing leaders according to his fancy, or dealing with political questions with authority, there was as great a difference as driving in the Bois de Boulogne as a coachman, and as the owner of an equipage. That which humiliated him above everything was to see the door of society closed to him, to have no equal relations with it, not to be able to penetrate into the intimacy of its women. although several well-known actresses had occasionally received him with an interested familiarity. He knew, moreover, from experience that all the sex, ladies or actresses, felt a singular attraction towards him, an instantaneous sympathy, and he experienced the impatience of a hobbled horse at not knowing those whom his future may depend on. He had often thought of calling on Madame Forestier, but the recollection of their last meeting checked and humiliated him. And besides, he was awaiting an invitation to do so from her husband. Then the recollection of Madame de Morel occurred to him, and recalling that she had asked him to come and see her, he called one afternoon when he had nothing to do. "I am always at home till 3 o'clock," she had said. He rang at the bell of her residence, a fourth floor in the Rue de Verneuil, at 2:30. At the sound of the bell, a servant opened the door, an untidy girl, who tied her cap strings as she replied, "Yes, Madame is at home, but I don't know whether she is up." And she pushed open the drawing-room door, which was ajar. Durai went in. The room was fairly large, scantily furnished, and neglected-looking. The chairs, worn and old, were arranged along the walls, as placed by the servant, for there was nothing to reveal the tasty care of the woman who loves her home. For in different pictures, representing a boat on a stream, a ship at sea, a mill on a plain, and a woodcutter in a wood, hung in the center of the four walls by cords of unequal length, and all four on one side, it could be divined that they had been dangling thus askew ever so long before indifferent eyes. Durai sat down immediately. He waited a long time. Then a door opened, and Madame de Morel hastened in, wearing a Japanese morning gown of rose-colored silk embroidered with yellow landscapes, blue flowers, and white birds. "Fancy, I was still in bed," she exclaimed. "How good of you to come and see me. I had made up my mind that you had forgotten me." She held out both her hands with a delighted air, and Durai, whom the commonplace appearance of the room had put at his ease, kissed one, as he had seen Norbert de Varenne do. She begged him to sit down, and then scanning him from head to foot, said, "How you have altered! You have improved in looks. Paris has done you good. Come, tell me the news." And they began to gossip at once, as if they had been old acquaintances, feeling an instantaneous familiarity spring up between them, feeling one of those mutual currents of confidence, intimacy, and affection, which, in 5 minutes, make two beings of the same breed and character good friends. Suddenly, Madame de Morel exclaimed in astonishment, "It is funny how I get on with you. It seems to me as though I had known you for 10 years. We shall become good friends, no doubt. Would you like it?" He answered, "Certainly," with a smile which said still more. He thought her very tempting in her soft and bright-hued gown, less refined and delicate than the other in her white one, but more exciting and spicy. When he was beside Madame Forestier, with her continual and gracious smile, which attracted and checked at the same time, which seemed to say, "You please me, and also take care," and of which the real meaning was never clear. He felt above all the wish to lie down at her feet, or to kiss the lace bordering of her bodice, and slowly inhale the warm and perfumed atmosphere that must issue from it. With Madame de Morel, he felt within him a more definite, a more brutal desire, a desire that made his fingers quiver in presence of the rounded outlines of the light silk. She went on talking, scattering in each phrase that ready wit of which she had acquired the habit, just as a workman acquires the knack needed to accomplish a task reputed difficult, and at which other folk are astonished. He listened, thinking, all this is worth remembering. A man could write charming articles of Paris gossip by getting her to chat over the events of the day. Someone tapped softly, very softly, at the door by which she had entered, and she called out, "You can come in, pet." Her little girl made her appearance, walked straight up to Durai, and held out her hand to him. The astonished mother murmured, "But this is a complete conquest. I no longer recognize her." The young fellow, having kissed the child, made her sit down beside him, and with a serious manner asked her pleasant questions as to what she had been doing since they last met. She replied, in her little flute-like voice, with her grave and grown-up air. The clock struck 3, and the journalist arose. "Come often," said Madame de Morel, "and we will chat as we have done today. It will always give me pleasure." "But how is it one no longer sees you at the Forestier's?" he replied. "Oh, for no reason. I have been very busy. I hope to meet you there again one of these days." He went out, his heart full of hope, though without knowing why. He did not speak to Forestier of this visit, but he retained the recollection of it the following days, and more than the recollection, a sensation of the unreal yet persistent presence of this woman. It seemed to him that he had carried away something of her, the reflection of her form in his eyes, and the smack of her moral self in his heart. He remained under the haunted influence of her image, as it happens sometimes when we have passed pleasant hours with someone. He paid a second visit a few days later. The maid ushered him into the drawing room, and Laurine at once appeared. She held out no longer her hand, but her forehead, and said, "Mamma has told me to request you to wait for her. She will be a quarter of an hour, because she is not dressed yet. I will keep you company." Durai, who was amused by the ceremonious manners of the little girl, replied, "Certainly, mademoiselle. I shall be delighted to pass a quarter of an hour with you, but I warn you that, for my part, I am not at all serious, and that I play all day long, so I suggest a game at touch." The girl was astonished. Then she smiled as a woman would have done at this idea, which shocked her a little as well as astonished her, and murmured, "Rooms are not meant to be played in." He said, "It is all the same to me. I play everywhere. Come, catch me." And he began to go round the table, exciting her to pursue him, while she came after him, smiling with a species of polite condescension, and sometimes extending her hand to touch him, but without ever giving way so far as to run. He stopped, stooped down, and when she drew near with her little hesitating steps, sprung up in the air like a jack-in-the-box, and then bounded with a single stride to the other end of the dining room. She thought it funny, ended by laughing, and becoming aroused, began to trot after him, giving little gleeful yet timid cries when she thought she had him. He shifted the chairs and used them as obstacles, forcing her to go round and round one of them for a minute at a time, and then leaving that one to seize upon another. Lorraine ran now, giving herself wholly up to the charm of this new game, and with flushed face, rushed forward with the bound of a delighted child at each of the flights, the tricks, the feints of her companion. Suddenly, just as she thought she had got him, he seized her in his arms and, lifting her to the ceiling, exclaimed, "Touch!" The delighted girl wriggled her legs to escape and laughed with all her heart. Madame de Morel came in at that moment and was amazed. "What, Lorraine, playing? You are a sorcerer, sir." He put down the little girl, kissed her mother's hand, and they sat down with the child between them. They began to chat, but Lorraine, usually so silent, kept talking all the while, and had to be sent to her room. She obeyed without a word, but with tears in her eyes. As soon as they were alone, Madame de Morel lowered her voice. "You do not know, but I have a grand scheme, and I have thought of you. This is it. As I dine every week at the Forestiers, I return their hospitality from time to time at some restaurant. I do not like to entertain company at home. My household is not arranged for that. And besides, I do not understand anything about domestic affairs, anything about the kitchen, anything at all. I like to live anyhow. So I entertain them now and then at a restaurant. But it is not very lively when there are only 3, and my own acquaintances scarcely go well with them. I tell you all this in order to explain a somewhat irregular invitation. You understand, do you not, that I want you to make one of us on Saturday at the Café Rich at 7:30. You know the place." He accepted with pleasure, and she went on. "There will be only us 4. These little outings are very amusing to us women who are not accustomed to them." She was wearing a dark brown dress, which showed off the lines of her waist, her hips, her bosom, and her arm in a coquettishly provocative way. Durai felt confusedly astonished at the lack of harmony between this carefully refined elegance and her evident carelessness as regarded her dwelling. All that clothed her body, all that closely and directly touched her flesh, was fine and delicate, but that which surrounded her did not matter to her. He left her, retaining, as before, the sense of her continued presence in species of hallucination of the senses. And he awaited the day of the dinner with growing impatience, having hired, for the second time, a dress suit, his funds not yet allowing him to buy one. He arrived first at the rendezvous, a few minutes before the time. He was ushered up to the second story, and into a small private dining room hung with red and white, its single window opening into the boulevard. A square table, laid for four, displaying its white cloth, so shining that it seemed to be varnished, and the glasses and the silver glittered brightly in the light of the 12 candles of 2 tall candelabra. Without was a broad patch of light green, due to the leaves of a tree lit up by the bright light from the dining rooms. Durai sat down in a low armchair, upholstered in red to match the hangings on the walls. The worn springs yielding beneath him caused him to feel as though sinking into a hole. He heard throughout the huge house a confused murmur, the murmur of a large restaurant, made up of the clattering of glass and silver, the hurried steps of the waiters, deadened by the carpets in the passages, and the opening of doors, letting out the sound of voices from the numerous private rooms in which people were dining. Forestier came in and shook hands with him, with a cordial familiarity which he never displayed at the offices of the Vie Francaise. "The ladies are coming together," said he. "These little dinners are very pleasant." Then he glanced at the table, turned a gas jet that was feebly burning completely off, closed one sash of the window on account of the draught, and chose a sheltered place for himself with a remark: "I must be careful. I have been better for a month, and now I am queer again these last few days. I must have caught cold on Tuesday, coming out of the theater." The door was opened, and followed by a waiter, the 2 ladies appeared, veiled, muffled, reserved, with that charmingly mysterious bearing they assume in such places, where the surroundings are suspicious. As Durai bowed to Madame Forestier, she scolded him for not having come to see her again. Then she added with a smile, in the direction of her friend, "I know what it is. You prefer Madame de Morel. You can find time to visit her." They sat down to table, and the waiter having handed the wine card to Forestier, Madame de Morel exclaimed, "Give these gentlemen whatever they like, but for us iced champagne, the best, sweet champagne, mind nothing else." And the man having withdrawn, she added with an excited laugh, "I am going to get tipsy this evening. We will have a spree, a regular spree." Forestier, who did not seem to have heard, said, "Would you mind the window being closed? My chest has been rather queer the last few days." "No, not at all." He pushed to the sash left open, and returned to his place with a reassured and tranquil countenance. His wife said nothing. Seemingly lost in thought, and with her eyes lowered towards the table, she smiled at the glasses with that vague smile which seemed always to promise and never to grant. The Ostend oysters were brought in, tiny and plump like little ears enclosed in shells, and melting between the tongue and the palate like salt bonbons. Then, after the soup, was served a trout as rose-tinted as a young girl, and the guests began to talk. They spoke at first of a current scandal, the story of a lady of position, surprised by one of her husband's friends, supping in a private room with a foreign prince. Forestier laughed a great deal at the adventure. The 2 ladies declared that the indiscreet gossip was nothing less than a blackguard and a coward. Durai was of their opinion, and loudly proclaimed that it is the duty of a man in these matters, whether he be actor, confidant, or simple spectator, to be silent as the grave. He added, how full life would be of pleasant things if we could reckon upon the absolute discretion of one another. That which often, almost always, checks women is the fear of the secret being revealed. Come, is it not true? He continued. How many are there who would yield to a sudden desire, the caprice of an hour, a passing fancy, did they not fear to pay for a short-lived and fleeting pleasure by an irremediable scandal and painful tears? He spoke with catching conviction, as though pleading a cause, his own cause, as though he had said, it is not with me that one would have to dread such dangers. Try me and see. They both looked at him approvingly, holding that he spoke rightly and justly, confessing by their friendly silence that their flexible morality as Parisians would not have held out long before the certainty of secrecy. And Forestier, leaning back in his place on the divan, one leg bent under him, and his napkin thrust into his waistcoat, suddenly said, with the satisfied laugh of a skeptic, the deuce. Yes, they would all go in for it if they were certain of silence. Poor husbands. And they began to talk of love. Without admitting it to be eternal, Durai understood it as lasting, creating a bond, a tender friendship, a confidence. The union of the senses was only a seal to the union of hearts. But he was angry at the outrageous jealousies, melodramatic scenes, and unpleasantness, which almost always accompany ruptures. When he ceased speaking, Madame de Morel replied, yes, it is the only pleasant thing in life, and we often spoil it by preposterous unreasonableness. Madame Forestier, who was toying with her knife, added, yes, yes, it is pleasant to be loved. And she seemed to be carrying her dream further, to be thinking things that she dared not give words to. As the first entrée was slow in coming, they sipped from time to time a mouthful of champagne and nibbled bits of crust. And the idea of love, entering into them, slowly intoxicated their souls, as the bright wine, rolling drop by drop down their throats, fired their blood and perturbed their minds. The waiter brought in some lamb cutlets, delicate and tender, upon a thick bed of asparagus tips. Ah, this is good, exclaimed Forestier, and they ate slowly, savoring the delicate meat and vegetables as smooth as cream. Durai resumed, for my part, when I love a woman, everything else in the world disappears. He said this in a tone of conviction. Madame Forestier murmured, with her let-me-alone air, there is no happiness comparable to that of the first hand-clasp when the one asks, do you love me? And the other replies, yes. Madame de Morel, who had just tossed a fresh glass of champagne off at a draught, said gaily, as she put down her glass, for my part, I am not so platonic. And all began to smile, with kindling eyes, at these words. Forestier, stretched out in his seat on the divan, opened his arms, rested them on the cushions, and said in a serious tone, this frankness does you honor, and proves that you are a practical woman. But may one ask you, what is the opinion of Monsieur de Morel? She shrugged her shoulders slightly, with infinite and prolonged disdain, and then, in a decided tone, remarked, Monsieur de Morel has no opinions on this point. He only has abstentions. And the conversation, descending from the elevated theories concerning love, strayed into the flowery garden of polished blackguardism. It was the moment of clever double meanings, veils raised by words, as petticoats are lifted by the wind, tricks of language, clever disguised audacities, sentences which reveal nude images in covered phrases, which cause the vision of all that may not be said to flit rapidly before the eye and the mind, and allow the well-bred people the enjoyment of a kind of subtle and mysterious love, a species of impure mental contact, due to the simultaneous evocation of secret, shameful, and longed-for pleasures. The roast, consisting of partridges flanked by quails, had been served, then a dish of green peas, and then a tureen of foie gras, accompanied by a curly-leaved salad, filling a salad bowl as though with green foam. They had partaken of all these things without tasting them, without knowing, solely taken up by what they were talking of, plunged, as it were, in a bath of love. The two ladies were now going it strongly in their remarks. Madame de Morel, with a native audacity which resembled a direct provocation, and Madame Forestier, with a charming reserve, a modesty in her tone, voice, smile, and bearing that underlined while seeming to soften the bold remarks falling from her lips. Forestier, leaning quite back on the cushions, laughed, drank, and ate without leaving off, and sometimes threw in a word so risque or so crude that the ladies, somewhat shocked by its appearance, and for appearance sake, put on a little air of embarrassment that lasted 2 or 3 seconds. When he had given vent to something a little too coarse, he added, "You are going ahead nicely, my children. If you go on like that, you will end by making fools of yourselves." Dessert came, and then coffee, and the liquors poured a yet warmer dose of commotion into the excited minds. As she had announced on sitting down to table, Madame de Morel was intoxicated, and acknowledged it in the lively and graceful rabble of a woman emphasizing, in order to amuse her guests, a very real commencement of drunkenness. Madame Forestier was silent now, perhaps out of prudence, and Durai, feeling himself too much excited not to be in danger of compromising himself, maintained a prudent reserve. Cigarettes were lit, and all at once Forestier began to cough. It was a terrible fit that seemed to tear his chest, and with red face and forehead damp with perspiration, he choked behind his napkin. When the fit was over, he growled angrily, "These feeds are very bad for me. They are ridiculous." All his good humor had vanished before his terror of the illness that haunted his thoughts. "Let us go home," said he. Madame de Morel rang for the waiter and asked for the bill. It was brought almost immediately. She tried to read it, but the figures danced before her eyes, and she passed it to Durai, saying, "Here, pay for me, I can't see. I am too tipsy." And at the same time, she threw him her purse. The bill amounted to 130 francs. Durai checked it, and then handed over 2 notes and received back the change, saying in a low tone, "What shall I give the waiter?" "What you like, I do not know." He put 5 francs on the salver and handed back the purse, saying, "Shall I see you to your door?" "Certainly. I am incapable of finding my way home." They shook hands with the Forestiers, and Durai found himself alone with Madame de Morel in a cab. He felt her close to him, so close, in this dark box, suddenly lit up for a moment by the lamps on the sidewalk. He felt through his sleeve the warmth of her shoulder, and he could find nothing to say to her. Absolutely nothing, his mind being paralyzed by the imperative desire to seize her in his arms. If I dared to, what would she do? He thought. The recollection of all the things uttered during dinner emboldened him, but the fear of scandal restrained him at the same time. Nor did she say anything either, but remained motionless in her corner. He would have thought that she was asleep if he had not seen her eyes glitter every time that a ray of light entered the carriage. What was she thinking? He felt that he must not speak, that a word, a single word, breaking this silence would destroy his chance. Yet courage failed him, the courage needed for abrupt and brutal action. All at once, he felt her foot move. She had made a movement, a quick, nervous movement of impatience, perhaps of appeal. This almost imperceptible gesture caused a thrill to run through him from head to foot, and he threw himself upon her, seeking her mouth with his lips, her form with his hands. But the cab having shortly stopped before the house in which she resided, Durrell, surprised, had no time to seek passionate phrases to thank her and express his grateful love. However, stunned by what had taken place, she did not rise, she did not stir. Then he was afraid that the driver might suspect something, and got out first to help her to alight. At length she got out of the cab, staggering and without saying a word. He rang the bell, and as the door opened, said tremblingly, "When shall I see you again?" She murmured so softly that he scarcely heard it, "Come and lunch with me tomorrow." And she disappeared in the entry, pushed to the heavy door, which closed with a noise like that of a cannon. He gave the driver 5 francs and began to walk along with rapid and triumphant steps, and heart overflowing with joy. He had won at last, a married woman, a lady. How easy and unexpected it had all been. He had fancied up till then that to assail and conquer one of these so greatly longed for beings, infinite pains, interminable expectations, a skillful siege carried on by means of gallant attentions, words of love, sighs, and gifts were needed. And lo, suddenly, at the faintest attack, the first whom he had encountered had yielded to him so quickly that he was stupefied at it. She was tipsy, he thought. Tomorrow it will be another story. She will meet me with tears. This notion disturbed him, but he added, "Well, so much the worse. Now I have her, I mean to keep her." He was somewhat agitated the next day as he ascended Madame de Morel's staircase. How would she receive him? And suppose she would not receive him at all? Suppose she had forbidden them to admit him. Suppose she had said, but no, she could not have said anything without letting the whole truth be guessed. So he was master of the situation. The little servant opened the door. She wore her usual expression. He felt reassured, as if he had anticipated her displaying a troubled countenance, and asked, "Is your mistress quite well?" She replied, "Oh, yes, sir, the same as usual," and showed him into the drawing room. He went straight to the chimney glass to ascertain the state of his hair and his toilet, and was arranging his necktie before it, when he saw in it the young woman watching him as she stood at the door leading from her room. He pretended not to have noticed her, and the pair looked at one another for a few moments in the glass, observing and watching before finding themselves face to face. He turned round. She had not moved and seemed to be waiting. He darted forward, stammering, "My darling, my darling." She opened her arms and fell upon his breast. Then, having lifted her head towards him, their lips met in a long kiss. He thought, "It is easier than I should have imagined. It is all going on very well." And their lips separating, he smiled without saying a word, while striving to throw a world of love into his looks. She too smiled with that smile by which women show their desire, their consent, their wish to yield themselves, and murmured, "We are alone. I have sent Laurine to lunch with one of her young friends." He sighed as he kissed her. "Thanks, I will worship you." Then she took his arm, as if he had been her husband, to go to the sofa, on which they sat down side by side. He wanted to start a clever and attractive chat, but not being able to do so to his liking, stammered, "Then you are not too angry with me?" She put her hand on his mouth, saying, "Be quiet." They sat in silence, looking into one another's eyes, with burning fingers interlaced. "How I did long for you," said he. She repeated, "Be quiet." They heard the servant arranging the table in the adjoining dining room, and he rose, saying, "I must not remain so close to you. I shall lose my head." The door opened, and the servant announced that lunch was ready. Durai gravely offered his arm. They lunched face to face, looking at one another and constantly smiling, solely taken up by themselves, and enveloped in the sweet enchantment of a growing love. They ate without knowing what. He felt a little foot, straying under the table. He took it between his own and kept it there, squeezing it with all his might. The servant came and went, bringing and taking away the dishes with a careless air, without seeming to notice anything. When they had finished, they returned to the drawing room and resumed their place on the sofa, side by side. Little by little, he pressed up against her, striving to take her in his arms. But she calmly repulsed him, saying, "Take care, someone may come in." He murmured, "When can I see you quite alone to tell you how I love you?" She leant over towards him and whispered, "I will come and pay you a visit one of these days." He felt himself redden. You know, my place is very small." She smiled. "That does not matter. It is you I shall call to see, and not your rooms." Then he pressed her to know when she would come. She named a day in the latter half of the week. He begged of her to advance the date in broken sentences, playing with and squeezing her hands, with glittering eyes and flushed face, heated and torn by desire, that imperious desire which follows tete-a-tete repasts. She was amazed to see him implore her with such ardor, and yielded a day from time to time. But he kept repeating, "Tomorrow, only say tomorrow." She consented at length. Yes, tomorrow, at 5 o'clock. He gave a long sigh of joy, and they then chatted almost quietly with an air of intimacy, as though they had known one another 20 years. The sound of the doorbell made them start, and with a bound they separated to a distance. She murmured, "It must be Laurine." The child made her appearance, stopped short in amazement, and then ran to Durai, clapping her hands with pleasure at seeing him, and exclaiming, "Ah, pretty boy." Madame de Morel began to laugh. "What, pretty boy? Laurine has baptized you. It's a nice little nickname for you, and I will call you pretty boy too." He had taken the little girl on his knee, and he had to play with her at all the games he had taught her. He rose to take his leave at 20 minutes to 3 to go to the office of the paper, and on the staircase, through the half-closed door, he still whispered, "Tomorrow at 5. She answered yes, with a smile, and disappeared. As soon as he had got through his day's work, he speculated how he should arrange his room to receive his mistress, and hide, as far as possible, the poverty of the place. He was struck by the idea of pinning a lot of Japanese trifles on the walls, and he bought for 5 francs quite a collection of little fans and screens, with which he hid the most obvious of the marks on the wallpaper. He pasted on the window panes transparent pictures representing boats floating down rivers, flocks of birds flying across rosy skies, multicolored ladies on balconies, and processions of little black men over plains covered with snow. His room, just big enough to sleep and sit down in, soon looked like the inside of a Chinese lantern. He thought the effect satisfactory, and passed the evening in pasting on the ceiling birds that he had cut from the colored sheets remaining over. Then he went to bed, lulled by the whistle of the trains. He went home early the next day, carrying a paper bag of cakes and a bottle of Madeira, purchased at the grocer's. He had to go out again to buy 2 plates and 2 glasses, and arranged this collation on his dressing table, the dirty wood of which was covered by a napkin, the jug and basin being hidden away beneath it. Then he waited. She came at about 5:15, and, attracted by the bright colors of the pictures, exclaimed, "Dear me, yours is a nice place. But there are a lot of people about on the staircase." He had clasped her in his arms, and was eagerly kissing the hair between her forehead and her bonnet through her veil. An hour and a half later, he escorted her back to the cab stand in the Rue de Rome. When she was in the carriage, he murmured, "Tuesday at the same time." She replied, "Tuesday at the same time." And as it had grown dark, she drew his head into the carriage and kissed him on the lips. Then the driver, Having whipped up his beast, she exclaimed, "Goodbye, pretty boy," and the old vehicle started at the weary trot of its old white horse. For 3 weeks Durai received Madame de Morel in this way every 2 or 3 days, now in the evening and now in the morning. While he was expecting her one afternoon, a loud uproar on the stairs drew him to the door. A child was crying. A man's angry voice shouted, "What is that little devil howling about now?" The yelling and exasperated voice of a woman replied, "It is that dirty hussy who comes to see the penny a liner upstairs. She has upset Nicholas on the landing." As if dabs like that, who pay no attention to children on the staircase, should be allowed here. Durai drew back, distracted, for he could hear the rapid rustling of skirts and a hurried step ascending from the story just beneath him. There was soon a knock at the door, which he had reclosed. He opened it, and Madame de Morel rushed into the room, terrified and breathless, stammering, "Did you hear?" He pretended to know nothing. "No, what?" "How they have insulted me." Who? "The blackguards who live down below." "But surely not. What does it all mean? Tell me." She began to sob, without being able to utter a word. He had to take off her bonnet, undo her dress, lay her on the bed, moisten her forehead with a wet towel. She was choking, and then, when her emotion was somewhat abated, all her wrathful indignation broke out. She wanted him to go down at once, to thrash them, to kill them. He repeated, "But they are only work people, low creatures. Just remember that it would lead to a police court, that you might be recognized, arrested, ruined. One cannot lower oneself to have anything to do with such people." She passed on to another idea. "What shall we do now? For my part, I cannot come here again." He replied, "It is very simple. I will move." She murmured, "Yes, but that will take some time." Then all at once she framed a plan, and reassured, added softly, "No, listen. I know what to do. Let me act. Do not trouble yourself about anything. I will send you a telegram tomorrow morning." She smiled now, delighted with her plan, which she would not reveal, and indulged in 1,000 follies. She was very agitated, however, as she went downstairs, leaning with all her weight on her lover's arm. Her legs trembled so beneath her. They did not meet anyone, though. As he usually got up late, he was still in bed the next day, when, about 11 o'clock, the telegraph messenger brought him the promised telegram. He opened it and read, "Meet me at 5, 127, Rue de Constantinople. Rooms hired by Madame Durai, Clos." At 5 o'clock to the minute, he entered the doorkeeper's lodge of a large furnished house and asked, "It is here that Madame Durai has taken rooms, is it not?" "Yes, sir." "Will you show me to them, if you please?" The man, doubtless used to delicate situations in which prudence is necessary, looked him straight in the eyes, and then, selecting one of the long range of keys, said, "You are Monsieur Durrell?" "Yes, certainly." The man opened the door of a small suite of rooms on the ground floor in front of the lodge. the sitting room, with a tolerably fresh wallpaper of floral design, and a carpet so thin that the boards of the floor could be felt through it, had mahogany furniture, upholstered in green rep with a yellow pattern. The bedroom was so small that the bed 3 parts filled it. It occupied the further end, stretching from one wall to the other, the large bed of a furnished lodging house, shrouded in heavy blue curtains, also of rep, and covered with an eider-down quilt of red silk, stained with suspicious-looking spots. Durai, uneasy and displeased, thought, "This place will cost Lord knows how much. I shall have to borrow again. It is idiotic what she has done." The door opened, and Clotilde came in like a whirlwind, with outstretched arms and rustling skirts. She was delighted. "Isn't it nice? Isn't it nice? And on the ground floor, too, no stairs to go up. One could get in and out of the windows without the doorkeeper seeing one. How we will love one another here." He kissed her coldly, not daring to put the question that rose to his lips. She had placed a large parcel on the little round table in the middle of the room. She opened it and took out a cake of soap, a bottle of scent, a sponge, a box of hairpins, a button-hook, and a small pair of curling tongs to set right her fringe, which she got out of curl every time. And she played at moving in, seeking a place for everything, and derived great amusement from it. She kept on chattering as she opened the drawers. "I must bring a little linen, so as to be able to make a change if necessary. It will be very convenient. If I get wet, for instance, while I am out, I can run in here to dry myself. We shall each have one key, beside the one left with the doorkeeper in case we forget it. I have taken the place for 3 months, in your name, of course, since I could not give my own." Then he said, "You will let me know when the rent is to be paid." She replied simply, "But it is paid, dear." "Then I owe it to you." "No, no, my dear. It does not concern you at all. This is a little fancy of my own." He seemed annoyed. "Oh, no, indeed, I can't allow that." She came to him in a supplicating way, and placing her hands on his shoulders, said, "I beg of you, George, it will give me so much pleasure to feel that our little nest here is mine, all my own. You cannot be annoyed at that. How can you? I wanted to contribute that much towards our loves. Say you agree, Georgie, say you agree." She implored him with looks, lips, the whole of her being. He held out, refusing with an irritated air, and then he yielded, thinking that, after all, it was fair. And when she had gone, he murmured, rubbing his hands, and without seeking in the depths of his heart whence the opinion came on that occasion, "She is very nice." He received, a few days later, another telegram running thus: "My husband returns tonight, after 6 weeks' inspection, so we shall have a week off. What a bore, darling. Chloe." Durai felt astounded. He had really lost all idea of her being married. But here was a man whose face he would have liked to see just once, in order to know him. He patiently awaited the husband's departure, but he passed 2 evenings at the Foley's Berger, which wound up with Rachel. Then one morning came a fresh telegram. Today at 5, Chloe. They both arrived at the meeting place before the time. She threw herself into his arms with an outburst of passion and kissed him all over the face, and then said, "If you like, when we have loved one another a great deal, you shall take me to dinner somewhere. I have kept myself disengaged. It was at the beginning of the month, and although his salary was long since drawn in advance, and he lived from day to day upon money gleaned on every side, Durai happened to be in funds, and was pleased at the opportunity of spending something upon her, so he replied, "Yes, darling, wherever you like." They started off, therefore, at about 7, and gained the outer boulevards. She leaned closely against him and whispered in his ear, "If you only knew how pleased I am to walk out on your arm, how I love to feel you beside me." He said, "Would you like to go to Pier Lathuel's?" "Oh no, it is too swell. I should like something funny, out of the way. A restaurant that shopmen and work girls go to. I adore dining at a country inn. Oh, if we only had been able to go into the country." As he knew nothing of the kind in the neighborhood, they wandered along the boulevard and ended by going into a wine shop where there was a dining room. She had seen through the window 2 bare-headed girls seated at tables with 2 soldiers. 3 cab drivers were dining at the further end of the long and narrow room, and an individual impossible to classify under any calling was smoking, stretched on a chair, with his legs stuck out in front of him, his hands in the waistband of his trousers, and his head thrown back over the top bar. His jacket was a museum of stains, and in his swollen pockets could be noted the neck of a bottle, a piece of bread, a parcel wrapped up in a newspaper, and a dangling piece of string. He had thick, tangled, curly hair, gray with scurf, and his cap was on the floor under his chair. The entrance of Clodalda created a sensation due to the elegance of her toilet. The couple ceased whispering together. The 3 cab drivers left off arguing, and the man who was smoking, having taken his pipe from his mouth and spat in front of him, turned his head slightly to look. Madame de Morel murmured, "It is very nice. We shall be very comfortable here. Another time I will dress like a work girl." And she sat down without embarrassment or disgust before the wooden table, polished by the fat of dishes, washed by spilt liquors, and cleaned by a wisp of the waiter's napkin. Durai, somewhat ill at ease and slightly ashamed, sought a peg to hang his tall hat on. Not finding one, he put it on a chair. They had a ragout, a slice of melon, and a salad. Clodalda repeated, "I delight in this. I have low tastes. I like this better than the Café Anglais." Then she added, "If you want to give me complete enjoyment, you will take me to a dancing place. I know a very funny one close by called the Réunie Blanche." Durai, surprised at this, asked, "Whoever took you there?" He looked at her and saw her blush, somewhat disturbed, as though this sudden question had aroused within her some delicate recollections. After one of these feminine hesitations, so short that they can scarcely be guessed, she replied, "A friend of mine," and then, after a brief silence, added, "Who is dead?" And she cast down her eyes with a very natural sadness. Durai, for the first time, thought of all that he did not know as regarded the past life of this woman. Certainly, she already had lovers, but of what kind, in what class of society? A vague jealousy, a species of enmity awoke within him, an enmity against all that he did not know, all that had not belonged to him. He looked at her, irritated at the mystery wrapped up within that pretty, silent head, which was thinking, perhaps, at that very moment, of the others, regretfully. How he would have liked to have looked into her recollections, to have known all. She repeated, "Will you take me to the Réunie Blanche? That will be a perfect treat." He thought, what matters the past? I am very foolish to bother about it, and smilingly replied, "Certainly, darling." When they were in the street, she resumed, in that low and mysterious tone in which confidences are made, "I dared not ask you this until now, but you cannot imagine how I love these escapades in places ladies do not go to. During the carnival, I will dress up as a schoolboy. I make such a capital boy." When they entered the ballroom, she clung close to him, gazing with delighted eyes on the girls and the bullies, and from time to time, as though to reassure herself as regards any possible danger, saying, as she noticed some serious and motionless municipal guard, "That is a strong-looking fellow." In a quarter of an hour, she had had enough of it, and he escorted her home. Then began quite a series of excursions in all the queer places where the common people amuse themselves, and Durai discovered in his mistress quite a liking for this vagabondage of students bent on a spree. She came to their meeting place in a cotton frock and with a servant's cap, a theatrical servant's cap on her head, and despite the elegant and studied simplicity of her toilet, retained her rings, her bracelets, and her diamond earrings, saying, when he begged her to remove them, "Bah, they will think they are paste." She thought she was admirably disguised, and although she was really only concealed after the fashion of an ostrich, she went into the most ill-famed drinking places. She wanted Durai to dress himself like a workman, but he resisted and retained his correct attire, without even consenting to exchange his tall hat for one of soft felt. She was consoled for this obstinacy on his part by the reflection that she would be taken for a chambermaid engaged in a love affair with a gentleman, and thought this delightful. In this guise, they went into popular wine shops and sat down on rickety chairs at old wooden tables in smoke-filled rooms. A cloud of strong tobacco smoke, with which still blended the smell of fish fried at dinner time, filled the room. Men in blouses shouted at one another as they tossed off nips of spirits, and the astonished waiter would stare at this strange couple as he placed before them 2 cherry brandies. She, trembling fearsome, yet charmed, began to sip the red liquid, looking round her with uneasy and kindling eye. Each cherry swallowed gave her the sensation of a sin committed. Each drop of burning liquor flowing down her throat gave her the pleasure of a naughty and forbidden joy. Then she would say, "Let us go," and they would leave. She would pass rapidly, with bent head, and the short steps of an actress leaving the stage, among the drinkers, who, with their elbows on the tables, watched her go by with suspicious and dissatisfied glances, and when she had crossed the threshold would give a deep sigh, as if she had just escaped some terrible danger. Sometimes she asked Durai, with a shudder, "If I were insulted in these places, what would you do?" He would answer, with a swaggering air, "Take your part, by Jove," and she would clasp his arm with happiness, with perhaps a vague wish to be insulted and defended, to see men fight on her account, even such men as those with her lover. But these excursions, taking place 2 or 3 times a week, began to weary Durai, who had great difficulty, besides, for some time past, in procuring the 10 francs necessary for the cake and the drinks. He now lived very hardly, and with more difficulty than when he was a clerk in the Northern Railway. For having spent lavishly during his first month of journalism in the constant hope of gaining large sums of money in a day or two, he had exhausted all his resources and all means of procuring money. A very simple method, that of borrowing from the cashier, was very soon exhausted, and he already owed the paper 4 months' salary, besides 600 francs advanced on his lineage account. He owed, besides, 100 francs to Forestier, 300 to Jacques Rival, who was free-handed with his money, and he was also eaten up by a number of small debts of from 5 francs to 20. Saint Potin, consulted as to the means of raising another 100 francs, had discovered no expedient, although a man of inventive mind, and Durai was exasperated at this poverty, of which he was more sensible now than formerly, since he had more wants. A sullen rage against everyone smoldered within him, with an ever-increasing irritation, which manifested itself at every moment on the most futile pretexts. He sometimes asked himself how he could have spent an average of 1,000 francs a month, without any excess and the gratification of any extravagant fancy. And he found that, by adding a lunch at 8 francs to dinner at 12, partaken of in some large café on the boulevards, he at once came to a louis, which, added to 10 francs pocket money, that pocket money that melts away, one does not know how, makes a total of 30 francs. But 30 francs a day is 900 francs at the end of the month, and he did not reckon in the cost of clothes, boots, linen, washing, etc. So on the 14th December he found himself without a sou in his pocket, and without a notion in his mind how to get any money. He went, as he had often done of old, without lunch, and passed the afternoon working at the newspaper office, angry and preoccupied. About 4 o'clock he received a telegram from his mistress, running, "Shall we dine together and have a lark afterwards?" He at once replied, "Cannot dine." Then he reflected that he would be very stupid to deprive himself of the pleasant moments she might afford him, and added, "But we'll wait at 9 at our place." And having sent one of the messengers with this, to save the cost of a telegram, he began to reflect what he should do to procure himself a dinner. At 7 o'clock he had not yet hit upon anything, and a terrible hunger assailed him. had recourse to the stratagem of a despairing man. He let all his colleagues depart, one after the other, and when he was alone, rang sharply. Monsieur Walter's messenger, left in charge of the offices, came in. Durai was standing feeling in his pockets, and said in an abrupt voice, "Foucart, I have left my purse at home, and I have to go and dine at the Luxembourg. Lend me 50 sous for my cab." The man took 3 francs from his waistcoat pocket and said, "Do you want any more, sir?" "No, no, that will be enough. Thanks." And having seized on the coins, Durai ran downstairs and dined at a slap bank, to which he drifted on his days of poverty. At 9 o'clock, he was awaiting his mistress, with his feet on the fender, in the little sitting room. She came in, lively and animated, brisked up by the keen air of the street. "If you like," said she, "we will first go for a stroll, and then come home here at 11. The weather is splendid for walking." He replied in a grumbling tone, "Why go out? We are very comfortable here." She said, without taking off her bonnet, "If you knew, the moonlight is beautiful. It is splendid walking about tonight." "Perhaps so, but I do not care for walking about." He had said this in an angry fashion. She was struck and hurt by it, and asked, "What is the matter with you? Why do you go on in this way? I should like to go for a stroll, and I don't see how that can vex you." He got up in a rage. "It does not vex me. It is a bother, that is all." She was one of those sort of women whom resistance irritates and impoliteness exasperates, and she said disdainfully, and with angry calm, "I am not accustomed to be spoken to like that. I will go alone, then. Goodbye." He understood that it was serious, and darting towards her, seized her hands and kissed them, saying, "Forgive me, darling, forgive me. I am very nervous this evening, very irritable. I have had vexations and annoyances, you know, matters of business." She replied, somewhat softened, but not calmed down, "That does not concern me, and I will not bear the consequences of your ill temper." He took her in his arms and drew her towards the couch. "Listen, darling, I did not want to hurt you. I was not thinking of what I was saying." He had forced her to sit down, and, kneeling before her, went on, "Have you forgiven me? Tell me you have forgiven me." She murmured coldly, "Very well, but do not do so again." And rising, she added, "Now let us go for a stroll." He had remained at her feet, with his arms clasped about her hips, and stammered, "Stay here, I beg of you. Grant me this much. I should so like to keep you here this evening all to myself, here by the fire. Say yes, I beg of you, say yes." She answered plainly and firmly, "No, I want to go out, and I am not going to give way to your fancies." He persisted, "I beg of you, I have a reason, a very serious reason." She said again, "No, and if you won't go out with me, I shall go. Goodbye." She had freed herself with a jerk and gained the door. He ran towards her and clasped her in his arms, crying, "Listen, Clo, my little Clo, listen. Grant me this much." She shook her head without replying, avoiding his kisses, and striving to escape from his grasp and go. He stammered, "Chloe, my little Chloe, I have a reason." She stopped and, looking him full in the face, said, "You are lying." "What is it?" He blushed, not knowing what to say, and she went on in an indignant tone, "You see very well that you are lying, you low brute." And with an angry gesture and tears in her eyes, she escaped him. He again caught her by the shoulders, and in despair, ready to acknowledge anything in order to avoid a rupture, he said, in a despairing tone, "I have not a son. That's what it all means." She stopped short, and looking into his eyes to read the truth in them, said, "You say—" He had flushed to the roots of his hair. "I say that I have not a sou. Do you understand? Not 20 sous, not 10, not enough to pay for a glass of cassis in the cafe we may go into. You force me to confess what I am ashamed of. It was, however, impossible for me to go out with you, and when we were seated with refreshments in front of us, to tell you quietly that I could not pay for them." She was still looking him in the face. "It is true, then." In a moment he had turned out all his pockets, those of his trousers, coat, and waistcoat, and murmured, "There, are you satisfied now?" Suddenly opening her arms, in an outburst of passion, she threw them around his neck, crying, "Oh, my poor darling, my poor darling, if I had only known." How did it happen? She made him sit down, and sat down herself on his knees, then, with her arm round his neck, kissing him every moment on his mustache, his mouth, his eyes, she obliged him to tell her how this misfortune had come about. He invented a touching story. He had been obliged to come to the assistance of his father, who found himself in difficulties. He had not only handed over to him all his savings, but had even incurred heavy debts on his behalf. He added, "I shall be pinched to the last degree for at least 6 months, for I have exhausted all my resources. So much the worse. There are crises in every life. Money, after all, is not worth troubling about." She whispered, "I will lend you some. Will you let me?" He answered with dignity, "You are very kind, pet, but do not think of that, I beg of you. You would hurt my feelings." She was silent, and then clasping him in her arms, murmured, "You will never know how much I love you." It was one of their most pleasant evenings. As she was leaving, she remarked, smilingly, "How nice it is when one is in your position to find money you had forgotten in your pocket, a coin that had worked its way between the stuff and the lining." He replied in a tone of conviction, "Ah, yes, that it is." She insisted on walking home, under the pretense that the moon was beautiful, and went into ecstasies over it. It was a cold, still night at the beginning of winter. Pedestrians and horses went by quickly, spurred by a sharp frost. Heels rang on the pavement. As she left him, she said, "Shall we meet again the day after tomorrow?" "Certainly, at the same time. The same time. Goodbye, dearest." And they kissed lovingly. Then he walked home swiftly, asking himself what plan he could hit on the morrow to get out of his difficulty. But as he opened the door of his room and fumbled in his waistcoat pocket for a match, he was stupefied to find a coin under his fingers. As soon as he had a light, he hastened to examine it. It was a louis. He thought he must be mad. He turned it over and over, seeking by what miracle it could have found its way there. It could not, however, have fallen from heaven into his pocket. Then all at once he guessed, and an angry indignation awoke within him. His mistress had spoken of money slipping into the lining and being found in times of poverty. It was she who had tendered him this alms. How shameful, he swore. Ah, I'll talk to her the day after tomorrow. She shall have a nice time over it. And he went to bed, his heart filled with anger and humiliation. He woke late. He was hungry. He tried to go to sleep again in order not to get up till 2 o'clock, and then said to himself, "That will not forward matters. I must end by finding some money." Then he went out, hoping that an idea might occur to him in the street. It did not, but at every restaurant he passed a longing to eat made his mouth water. As by noon he had failed to hit on any plan, he suddenly made up his mind. I will lunch out of Clotilde's 20 francs. That won't hinder me from paying them back tomorrow. He, therefore, lunched for 2 francs 50 centimes. On reaching the office, he also gave 3 francs to the messenger, saying, "Here, Foucart, here is the money you lent me last night for my cab." He worked till 7 o'clock. Then he went and dined, taking another 3 francs. The 2 evening box brought the expenditure of the day up to 9 francs 30 centimes. But as he could not re-establish a credit or create fresh resources in 24 hours, he borrowed another 6 francs 50 centimes the next day from the 20 he was going to return that very evening, so that he came to keep his appointment with just 4 francs 20 centimes in his pocket. He was in a deuce of a temper, and promised himself that he would pretty soon explain things. He would say to his mistress, "You know, I found the 20 francs you slipped into my pocket the other day. I cannot give them back to you now, because my situation is unaltered, and I have not had time to occupy myself with money matters. But I will give them to you the next time we meet." She arrived, loving, eager, full of alarm. How would he receive her? She kissed him persistently to avoid an explanation at the outset. He said to himself, "It will be time enough to enter on the matter by and by. I will find an opportunity of doing so." He did not find the opportunity, and said nothing, shirking before the difficulty of opening this delicate subject. She did not speak of going out, and was in every way charming. They separated about midnight, after making an appointment for the Wednesday of the following week, for Madame de Morel was engaged to dine out several days in succession. The next day, as Durai, on paying for his breakfast, felt for the 4 coins that ought to be remaining to him, he perceived that they were 5, and one of them a gold one. At the outset he thought that he had received it by mistake in his change the day before. Then he understood it, and his heart throbbed with humiliation at this persistent charity. How he now regretted not having said anything. If he had spoken energetically, this would not have happened. For 4 days he made efforts, as numerous as they were fruitless, to raise 5 louis, and spent Clotilde's second one. she managed, although he had said to her savagely, "Don't play that joke of the other evenings again, or I shall get angry," to slip another 20 francs into his trouser pockets the first time they met. When he found them, he swore bitterly and transferred them to his waistcoat to have them under his hand, for he had not a wrap. He appeased his conscience by this argument. "I will give it all back to her in a lump. After all, it is only borrowed money." At length, the cashier of the paper agreed, on his desperate appeals, to let him have 5 francs daily. It was just enough to live upon, but not enough to repay 60 francs with. But as Clotilde was again seized by her passion for nocturnal excursions in all the suspicious localities in Paris, he ended by not being unbearably annoyed to find a yellow boy in one of his pockets, once even in his boot, and another time in his watch case, after their adventurous excursions. Since she had wishes which he could not for the moment gratify himself, was it not natural that she should pay for them rather than go without them? He kept an account, too, of all he received in this way, in order to return it to her some day. One evening she said to him, "Would you believe that I have never been to the Folies-Berger? Will you take me there?" He hesitated a moment, afraid of meeting Rachel. Then he thought, "Bah, I am not married after all. If that girl sees me, she will understand the state of things and will not speak to me. Besides, we will have a box." Another reason helped his decision. He was well pleased of this opportunity of offering Madame de Morel a box at the theatre without its costing anything. It was a kind of compensation. He left her in the cab while he got the order for the box, in order that she might not see it offered him, and then came to fetch her. They went in and were received with bows by the acting manager. An immense crowd filled the lounge, and they had great difficulty in making their way through the swarm of men and women. At length they reached the box and settled themselves in it, shut in between the motionless orchestra and the eddy of the gallery. But Madame de Morel rarely glanced at the stage. Wholly taken up with the women promenading behind her back, she constantly turned round to look at them, with a longing to touch them, to feel their bodices, their skirts, their hair, to know what these creatures were made of. Suddenly she said, "There is a stout, dark girl who keeps watching us all the time. I thought just now that she was going to speak to us. Did you notice her?" He answered, "No, you must be mistaken." But he had already noticed her for some time back. It was Rachel, who was prowling about in their neighborhood, with anger in her eyes and hard words upon her lips. Durai had brushed against her in making his way through the crowd, and she had whispered, "Good evening," with a wink which signified, "I understand." But he had not replied to this mark of attention for fear of being seen by his mistress, and he had passed on coldly, with haughty look and disdainful lip. The woman, whom unconscious jealousy already assailed, turned back, brushed against him again, and said in louder tones, "Good evening, George." He had not answered even then. Then she made up her mind to be recognized and bowed too, and she kept continually passing in the rear of the box, awaiting a favorable moment. As soon as she saw that Madame de Morel was looking at her, she touched Duroy's shoulder, saying, "Good evening. Are you quite well?" He did not turn round, and she went on, "What? Have you grown deaf since Thursday?" He did not reply, affecting a contempt which would not allow him to compromise himself even by a word with this slut. She began to laugh an angry laugh and said, "So you are dumb, then? Perhaps the lady has bitten your tongue off." He made an angry movement and exclaimed in an exasperated tone, "What do you mean by speaking to me? Be off, or I will have you locked up." Then, with fiery eye and swelling bosom, she screeched out, "So that's it, is it? Ah, you lout. When a man sleeps with a woman, the least he can do is to nod to her. It is no reason because you are with someone else that you should cut me today. If you had only nodded to me when I passed you just now, I should have left you alone. But you wanted to do the grand. I'll pay you out. Ah, so you won't say good evening when you meet me." She would have gone on for a long time, but Madame de Morel had opened the door of the box and fled through the crowd, blindly seeking the way out. Durai started off in her rear and strove to catch her up, while Rachel, seeing them flee, yelled triumphantly, "Stop her! She has stolen my sweetheart." People began to laugh. Two gentlemen for fun seized the fugitive by the shoulders and sought to bring her back, trying, too, to kiss her. But Dura, having caught her up, freed her forcibly and led her away into the street. She jumped into an empty cab standing at the door. He jumped in after her, and when the driver asked, "Where to, sir?" replied, "Wherever you like." The cab slowly moved off, jolting over the paving stones. Clotilde, seized by a kind of hysterical attack, sat choking and gasping with her hands covering her face, and Duray neither knew what to do nor what to say. At last, as he heard her sobbing, he stammered out, "Clo, my dear little Clo, just listen, let me explain. It is not my fault. I used to know that woman some time ago, you know." She suddenly took her hands from her face, and overcome by the wrath of a loving and deceitful woman, a furious wrath that enabled her to recover her speech, she pantingly jerked out, in rapid and broken sentences, "Oh, you wretch, what a scoundrel you are, can it be possible? How shameful, oh Lord, how shameful." Then, getting angrier and angrier as her ideas grew clearer, and arguments suggested themselves to her, she went on, "It was with my money you paid her, wasn't it? And I was giving him money for that creature. Oh, the scoundrel." She seemed for a few minutes to be seeking some stronger expression that would not come, and then all at once she spat out, as it were, the words, "Oh, you swine, you swine, you swine, you paid her with my money, you swine, you swine." She could not think of anything else, and kept repeating, "You swine, you swine." Suddenly she leant out of the window, and catching the driver by the sleeve, cried, "Stop," and opening the door, sprang out. George wanted to follow, but she cried, "I won't have you get out," in such loud tones that the passers-by began to gather about her, and Duray did not move for fear of a scandal. She took her purse from her pocket and looked for some change by the light of the cab lantern. Then, taking 2 francs 50 centimes, she put them in the driver's hand, saying, in ringing tones, "There is your fare. I pay you. Now take this blackguard to the Rue Bersault, Batignolles." Mirth was aroused in the group surrounding her. A gentleman said, "Well done, little woman," and a young rapscallion, standing close to the cab, thrust his head into the open door and sang out in shrill tones, "Good night, lovey." Then the cab started off again, followed by a burst of laughter. Chapter 6. George Durai woke up chapfallen the next morning. He dressed himself slowly and then sat down at his window and began to reflect. He felt a kind of aching sensation all over, just as though he had received a drubbing overnight. At last, the necessity of finding some money spurred him up, and he went first to Forestier. His friend received him in his study, with his feet on the fender. "What has brought you out so early?" said he. "A very serious matter, a debt of honor. At play." He hesitated a moment, and then said, "At play. Heavy. 500 francs. He only owed 280. Forestier, skeptical on the point, inquired, "Whom do you owe it to?" Durai could not answer right off. To a Monsieur de Carleville." "Ah, and where does he live?" At Forestier began to laugh. "Number ought, Nowhere Street, A. I know that gentleman, my dear fellow. If you want 20 francs, I have still that much at your service, but no more." Durai took the offered louis. Then he went from door to door among the people he knew, and wound up by having collected at about 5 o'clock the sum of 80 francs. And he still needed 200 more. He made up his mind, and keeping for himself what he had thus gleaned, murmured, "Bah, I am not going to put myself out for that cat. I will pay her when I can." For a fortnight he lived regularly, economically, and chastely, his mind filled with energetic resolves. Then he was seized with a strong longing for love. It seemed to him that several years had passed since he last clasped a woman in his arms, and like the sailor who goes wild on seeing land, every passing petticoat made him quiver. So he went one evening to the Follies' Berger in the hope of finding Rachel. He caught sight of her indeed directly he entered, for she scarcely went elsewhere, and went up to her smiling with outstretched hand. But she merely looked him down from head to foot, saying, "What do you want with me?" He tried to laugh it off with, "Come, don't be stuck up." She turned on her heels, saying, "I don't associate with ponces." She had picked out the bitterest insult. He felt the blood rush to his face and went home alone. Forestier, ill, weak, always coughing, led him a hard life at the paper, and seemed to rack his brain to find him tiresome jobs. One day, even in a moment of nervous irritation, and after a long fit of coughing, as Durai had not brought him a piece of information he wanted, he growled out, "Confound it, you are a bigger fool than I thought." The other almost struck him, but restrained himself and went away muttering, "I'll manage to pay you out some day." An idea shot through his mind, and he added, "I will make a cuckold of you, old fellow." And he took himself off, rubbing his hands, delighted at this project. He resolved to set about it the very next day. He paid Madame Forestier a visit as a reconnaissance. He found her lying at full length on a couch, reading a book. She held out her hand without rising, merely turning her head, and said, "Good day, pretty boy." He felt as though he had received a blow. "Why do you call me that?" he said. She replied, with a smile, "I saw Madame de Morel the other day, and learned how you had been baptized at her place." He felt reassured by her amiable air. Besides, what was there for him to be afraid of? She resumed, "You spoil her. As to me, people come to see me when they think of it, the 32nd of the month, or something like it." He sat down near her and regarded her with a new species of curiosity, the curiosity of the amateur who is bargain hunting. She was charming, a soft and tender blonde made for caresses, and he thought, "She is better than the other, certainly." He did not doubt his success. It seemed to him that he had only to stretch out his hand and take her, as one gathers a fruit. He said resolutely, "I did not come to see you because it was better so." She asked without understanding, "What, why?" "No, not at all. Because I am in love with you. Oh, only a little. And I do not want to be head over ears." She seemed neither astonished, nor shocked, nor flattered. She went on smiling the same indifferent smile, and replied with the same tranquillity, "Oh, you can come all the same. No one is in love with me long." He was surprised, more by the tone than by the words, and asked, "Why not?" "Because it is useless. I let this be understood at once. If you had told me of your fear before, I should have reassured you, and invited you, on the contrary, to come as often as possible." He exclaimed, in a pathetic tone, "Can we command our feelings?" She turned towards him. "My dear friend, for me a man in love is struck off the list of the living. He becomes idiotic, and not only idiotic, but dangerous. I cease all intimate relations with people who are in love with me, or who pretend to be so, because they bore me, in the first place, and secondly, because they are as much objects of suspicion to me as a mad dog, which may have a fit of biting. I therefore put them into a kind of moral quarantine until their illness is over. Do not forget this. I know very well that in your case love is only a species of appetite, while with me it would be, on the contrary, a kind of communion of souls, which does not enter into a man's religion. You understand its letter and its spirit, but look me well in the face." She no longer smiled. Her face was calm and cold, and she continued emphatically, "I will never, never be your mistress, you understand. It is therefore absolutely useless, it would even be hurtful, for you to persist in this desire. And now that the operation is over, will you agree to be friends, good friends, real friends, I mean, without any mental reservation?" He had understood that any attempt would be useless in face of this irrevocable sentence. He made up his mind at once, frankly, and delighted at being able to secure this ally in the battle of life, held out both hands, saying, "I am yours, Madame, as you will." She read the sincerity of his intention in his voice and gave him her hands. He kissed them both, one after the other, and then said simply, as he raised his head, "Ah, if I had found a woman like you, how gladly I would have married her." She was touched this time, soothed by this phrase, as women are by the compliments which reach their hearts, and she gave him one of those rapid and grateful looks which make us their slaves. Then, as he could find no change of subject to renew the conversation, she said softly, laying her finger on his arm, "And I am going to play my part of a friend at once. You are clumsy." She hesitated a moment and then asked, "May I speak plainly?" "Yes, quite plainly. Quite. Well, go and see Madame Walter, who greatly appreciates you, and do your best to please her. You will find a place there for your compliments. Although she is virtuous, you understand me, perfectly virtuous. Oh, there is no hope of poaching there, either. You may find something better, though, by showing yourself. I know that you still hold an inferior position on the paper, but do not be afraid. They receive all their staff with the same kindness. Go there, believe me," he said with a smile. "Thanks, you are an angel, a guardian angel." They spoke of one thing and another. He stayed for some time, wishing to prove that he took pleasure in being with her, and on leaving remarked, "It is understood, then, that we are friends." "It is," as he had noted the effect of the compliment he had paid her shortly before. He seconded it by adding, "And if ever you become a widow, I enter the lists." Then he hurried away, so as not to give her time to get angry. A visit to Madame Walter was rather awkward for Durai, for he had not been authorized to call, and he did not want to commit a blunder. The governor displayed some goodwill towards him, appreciated his services, and employed him by preference on difficult jobs. So why should he not profit by this favor to enter the house? One day, then, having risen early, he went to the market while the morning sales were in progress, and for 10 francs obtained a score of splendid pears. Having carefully packed them in a hamper to make it appear that they had come from a distance, he left them with the doorkeeper at Madame Walter's with his card, on which he had written, "George Durai begs Madame Walter to accept a little fruit which he received this morning from Normandy." He found the next morning, among his letters at the office, an envelope in reply, containing the card of Madame Walter, who thanked Monsieur George Durai and was at home every Saturday. On the following Saturday he called. Monsieur Walter occupied, on the Boulevard Malesherbes, a double house which belonged to him, and of which a part was let off in the economical way of practical people. A single doorkeeper, quartered between the 2 carriage entrances, opened the door for both landlord and tenant, and imparted to each of the entrances an air of wealth by his get-up like a beadle. His big calves in white stockings, and his coat with gilt buttons and scarlet facings. The reception rooms were on the first floor, preceded by an anteroom hung with tapestry, and shut in by curtains over the doorways. 2 footmen were dozing on benches. One of them took Durai's overcoat, and the other relieved him of his cane, opened the door, advanced a few steps in front of the visitor, and then, drawing aside, let him pass calling out his name into an empty room. The young fellow, somewhat embarrassed, looked round on all sides when he perceived in a glass some people sitting down who seemed very far off. He was at sea at first as to the direction in which they were, the mirror having deceived his eyes. Then he passed through 2 empty drawing rooms and reached a small boudoir hung with blue silk, where 4 ladies were chatting round a table bearing cups of tea. Despite the assurance he had acquired in course of his Parisian life, and above all in his career as a reporter, which constantly brought him into contact with important personages, Durai felt somewhat intimidated by the get-up of the entrance and the passage through the deserted drawing room. He stammered, "Madame, I have ventured," as his eyes sought the mistress of the house. She held out her hand, which he took with a bow, and having remarked, "You are very kind, sir, to call and see me," she pointed to a chair, in seeking to sit down in which he almost fell, having thought it much higher. They had become silent. One of the ladies began to talk again. It was a question of the frost, which was becoming sharper, though not enough, however, to check the epidemic of typhoid fever, nor to allow skating. Every one gave her opinion on this advent of frost in Paris. Then they expressed their preference for the different seasons, with all the trivial reasons that lie about in people's minds, like dust in rooms. The faint noise made by a door caused Durai to turn his head, and he saw in a glass a stout lady approaching. As soon as she made her appearance in the boudoir, one of the other visitors rose, shook hands, and left, and the young fellow followed her black back, glittering with jet through the drawing rooms with his eyes. When the agitation due to this change had subsided, they spoke, without transition, of the Morocco question, and the war in the East, and also of the difficulties of England in South Africa. These ladies discussed these matters from memory, as if they had been reciting passages from a fashionable play, frequently rehearsed. A fresh arrival took place, that of a little curly-headed blonde, which brought about the departure of a tall, thin lady of middle age. They now spoke of the chance Monsieur Linnet had of getting into the Académie Française. The newcomer formerly believed that he would be beaten by Monsieur Cabin and Lebas, the author of the fine dramatic adaptation of Don Quixote in verse. You know it is to be played at the Odeon next winter. Really, I shall certainly go and see such a very excellent literary effort." Madame Walter answered gracefully, with calm indifference, without ever hesitating as to what she should say, her mind being always made up beforehand. But she saw that night was coming on, and rang for the lamps, while listening to the conversation that trickled on like a stream of honey, and thinking that she had forgotten to call on the stationer about the invitation cards for her next dinner. She was a little too stout, though still beautiful, at the dangerous age when the general break-up is at hand. She preserved herself by dint of care, hygienic precautions, and salves for the skin. She seemed discreet in all matters, moderate and reasonable, one of those women whose mind is correctly laid out like a French garden. One walks through it with surprise, but experiencing a certain charm. She had keen, discreet, and sound sense that stood her instead of fancy, generosity, and affection, together with a calm kindness for everybody and everything. She noted that Durai had not said anything, that he had not been spoken to, and that he seemed slightly ill at ease. And as the ladies had not yet quitted the academy, that favorite subject always occupying them some time, she said, "And you, who should be better informed than anyone, Monsieur Durai? Who is your favorite?" He replied unhesitatingly, "In this matter, madame, I should never consider the merit, always disputable, of the candidates, but their age and their state of health. I should not ask about their credentials, but their disease. I should not seek to learn whether they have made a metrical translation of Lope de Vega, but I should take care to obtain information as to the state of their liver, their heart, their lungs, and their spinal marrow. For me, a good hypertrophy, a good aneurysm, and above all, a good beginning of locomotor ataxy would be 100 times more valuable than 40 volumes of discretions on the idea of patriotism as embodied in barbaric poetry." An astonished silence followed this opinion, and Madame Walter asked with a smile, "But why?" He replied, "Because I never seek aught else than the pleasure that anyone can give the ladies. But, madame, the academy only has any real interest for you when an academician dies. The more of them die, the happier you must be. But in order that they may die quickly, they must be elected sick and old." As they still remained somewhat surprised, he continued, "Besides, I am like you, and I like to read of the death of an academician. I at once ask myself, who will replace him? And I draw up my list. It is a game, a very pretty little game that is played in all Parisian salons at each decease of one of the immortals, the game of death and the 40 fogies." The ladies, still slightly disconcerted, began, however, to smile. So true were his remarks. He concluded, as he rose, "It is you who really elect them, ladies, and you only elect them to see them die. Choose them old, therefore, very old as possible, and do not trouble yourselves about anything else." He then retired very gracefully. As soon as he was gone, one of the ladies said, "He is very funny, that young fellow. Who is he?" Madame Walter replied, "One of the staff of our paper, who does not do much yet, but I feel sure that he will get on." Durai strode gaily down the Boulevard Malesherbes, content with his exit and murmuring, "A capital start." He made it up with Rachel that evening. The following week 2 things happened to him. He was appointed chief reporter and invited to dinner at Madame Walter's. He saw at once a connection between these things. The Vie Francaise was before everything a financial paper, the head of it being a financier, to whom the press and the position of a deputy served as levers. Making use of every cordiality as a weapon, he had always worked under the smiling mask of a good fellow, but he only employed men whom he had sounded, tried, and proved, whom he knew to be crafty, bold, and supple. Durai, appointed chief of the reporting staff, seemed to him a valuable fellow. This duty had been filled up till then by the chief sub-editor, Monsieur Boisrenard, an old journalist, as correct, punctual, and scrupulous as a clerk. In course of 30 years, he had been sub-editor of 11 different papers, without in any way modifying his way of thinking or acting. He passed from one office to another as one changes one's restaurant, scarcely noticing that the cookery was not quite the same. Political and religious opinions were foreign to him. He was devoted to his paper, whatever it might be, well up in his work, and valuable from his experience. He worked like a blind man who sees nothing, like a deaf man who hears nothing, and like a dumb man who never speaks of anything. He had, however, a strong instinct of professional loyalty, and would not stoop to aught he did not think honest and right from the special point of view of his business. Monsieur Walter, who thoroughly appreciated him, had, however, often wished for another man to whom to entrust the echoes, which he held to be the very marrow of the paper. It is through them that rumors are set afloat, and the public and the funds influenced. It is necessary to know how to slip the all-important matter, rather hinted at than said right out, in between the description of two fashionable entertainments, without appearing to intend it. It is necessary to imply a thing by judicious reservations. Let what is desired be guessed at. Contradict in such a fashion as to confirm, or affirm in such a way that no one shall believe the statement. It is necessary that in the echoes everyone shall find every day at least one line of interest, in order that everyone may read them. Everyone must be thought of, all classes, all professions, Paris and the provinces, the army and the art world, the clergy and the university, the bar and the world of gallantry. The man who has the conduct of them, and who commands an army of reporters, must be always on the alert and always on his guard, mistrustful, far-seeing, cunning, alert, and supple, armed with every kind of cunning, and gifted with an infallible knack of spotting false news at the first glance, of judging which is good to announce and good to hide, of divining what will catch the public, and of putting it forward in such a way as to double its effect. Monsieur Boisrenard, who had in his favor the skill acquired by long habit, nevertheless lacked mastery and dash. He lacked, above all, the native cunning needed to put forth day by day the secret ideas of the manager. Durai could do it to perfection, and was an admirable addition to the staff. The wire pullers and real editors of the Vie Francaise were half a dozen deputies, interested in all the speculations brought out or backed up by the manager. They were known in the chamber as Walter's gang, and envied because they gained money with him and through him. Forestier, the political editor, was only the man of straw of these men of business, the worker-out of ideas suggested by them. They prompted his leaders, which he always wrote at home, so as to do so in quiet, he said, but in order to give the paper a literary and truly Parisian smack. The services of two celebrated writers in different styles had been secured: Jacques Rival, a descriptive writer, and Norbert de Varenne, a poet and story writer. To these had been added, at a cheap rate, theatrical, musical, and art critics, a law reporter, and a sporting reporter from the mercenary tribe of all-round pressmen. Two ladies, Pink Domino and Lily Fingers, sent in fashion articles and dealt with questions of dress, etiquette, and society. Durai was in all the joy of his appointment as chief of the Echoes when he received a printed card on which he read, Monsieur and Madame Walter request the pleasure of Monsieur Gio. Durai's company at dinner on Thursday, January 20. This new mark of favor following on the other filled him with such joy that he kissed the invitation as he would have done a love letter. Then he went in search of the cashier to deal with the important question of money. A chief of the reporting staff on a Paris paper generally has his budget out, of which he pays his reporters for the intelligence, important or trifling, brought in by them, as gardeners bring in their fruits to dealer. 1,200 francs a month were allotted at the outset to Durai, who proposed to himself to retain a considerable share of it. The cashier, on his pressing instances, ended by advancing him 400 francs. He had at first the intention of sending Madame de Morel the 280 francs he owed her, but he almost immediately reflected that he would only have 120 left, a sum utterly insufficient to carry on his new duties in suitable fashion, and so put off this resolution to a future day. During a couple of days, he was engaged in settling down, for he had inherited a special table and a set of pigeon-holes in the large room serving for the whole of the staff. He occupied one end of the room, while Boisrenard, whose head, black as a crow's, despite his age, was always bent over a sheet of paper, had the other. The long table in the middle belonged to the staff. Generally, it served them to sit on, either with their legs dangling over the edges or squatted like tailors in the center. Sometimes 5 or 6 would be sitting on it in that fashion, perseveringly playing cup and ball. Durai had ended by having a taste for this amusement and was beginning to get expert at it under the guidance and thanks to the advice of Saint Podin. Forestier, grown worse, had lent him his fine cup and ball in West Indian wood, the last he had bought, and which he found rather too heavy for him, and Durai swung with vigorous arm the big black ball at the end of its string, counting quickly to himself, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It happened precisely that for the first time he spiked the ball 20 times running, the very day that he was to dine at Madame Walter's. A good day, he thought. I am successful in everything. For skill at cup and ball really conferred a kind of superiority in the office of the Vie Francaise. He left the office early to have time to dress, and was going up the Rue de Landers when he saw, trotting along in front of him, a little woman whose figure recalled that of Madame de Morel. He felt his cheeks flush, and his heart began to beat. He crossed the road to get a view of her. She stopped in order to cross over too. He had made a mistake and breathed again. He had often asked how he ought to behave if he met her face to face. Should he bow, or should he seem not to have seen her? I should not see her, he thought. It was cold, the gutters were frozen, and the pavement dry and grey in the gaslight. When he got home, he thought, I must change my lodgings. This is no longer good enough for me. He felt nervous and lively, capable of anything, and he said aloud, as he walked from his bed to the window, "It is fortune at last. It is fortune. I must write to father." From time to time, he wrote to his father, and the letter always brought happiness to the little Norman inn by the roadside, at the summit of the slope overlooking Rouen and the broad valley of the Seine. From time to time, too, he received a blue envelope, addressed in a large, shaky hand, and read the same unvarying lines at the beginning of the paternal epistle. "My dear son, this leaves your mother and myself in good health. There is not much news here. I must tell you, however, etc." In his heart, he retained a feeling of interest for the village matters, for the news of the neighbors, and the condition of the crops. He repeated to himself, as he tied his white tie before his little looking-glass, "I must write to father tomorrow. Wouldn't the old fellow be staggered if he could see me this evening in the house I am going to? By Jove, I am going to have such a dinner as he never tasted." And he suddenly saw the dark kitchen behind the empty cafe, the copper stewpans casting their yellow reflections on the wall, the cat on the hearth, with her nose to the fire, in sphinx-like attitude, the wooden table, greasy with thyme and spilt liquids, a soup tureen smoking upon it, and a lighted candle between two plates. He saw them, his father and mother, two slow-moving peasants, eating their soup. He knew the smallest wrinkles on their old faces, the slightest movements of their arms and heads. He knew even what they talked about every evening as they sat at supper. He thought, too, I must really go and see them. But his toilet being ended, he blew out his light and went downstairs. As he passed along the outer boulevard, girls accosted him from time to time. He replied, as he pulled away his arm, "Go to the devil," with a violent disdain, as though they had insulted him. What did they take him for? Could not these hussies tell what a man was? The sensation of his dress coat, put on in order to go to dinner with such well-known and important people, inspired him with the sentiment of a new impersonality, the sense of having become another man, a man in society, genuine society. He entered the anteroom, lit by tall bronze candelabra, with confidence, and handed in easy fashion his cane and overcoat to two valets who approached. All the drawing rooms were lit up. Madame Walter received her guests in the second, the largest. She welcomed him with a charming smile, and he shook hands with two gentlemen who had arrived before him, Monsieur Firmin and Monsieur Laroche Mathieu, deputies and anonymous editors of the Vie Francaise. Monsieur Laroche Mathieu had a special authority at the paper, due to a great influence he enjoyed in the chamber. No one doubted his being a minister some day. Then came the Forestiers, the wife in pink, and looking charming. Durai was stupefied to see her on terms of intimacy with the two deputies. She chatted in low tones beside the fireplace for more than 5 minutes with Monsieur Laroche Mathieu. Charles seemed worn out. He had grown much thinner during the past month, and coughed incessantly as he repeated, "I must make up my mind to finish the winter in the south." Norbert de Varenne and Jacques Rival made their appearance together. Then, a door having opened at the further end of the room, Monsieur Walter came in with two tall young girls of from 16 to 18, one ugly and the other pretty. Durai knew that the governor was the father of a family, but he was struck with astonishment. He had never thought of his daughters, save as one thinks of distant countries which one will never see. And then he had fancied them quite young, and here they were grown-up women. They held out their hands to him after being introduced, and then went and sat down at a little table, without doubt reserved to them, at which they began to turn over a number of reels of silk in a work-basket. They were still awaiting someone, and all were silent with that sense of oppression preceding dinners between people who do not find themselves in the same mental atmosphere after the different occupations of the day. Durai, having, for want of occupation, raised his eyes towards the wall, Monsieur Walter called to him from a distance, with an evident wish to show off his property. "Are you looking at my pictures? I will show them to you." And he took a lamp so that the details might be distinguished. "Here we have landscapes," said he. In the center of the wall was a large canvas by Guillemot, a bit of the Normandy coast under a lowering sky. Below it, a wood by Harpignies, and a plain in Algeria by Guillemot, with a camel on the horizon, a tall camel with long legs, like some strange monument. Monsieur Walter passed on to the next wall, and announced in a grave tone, like a master of the ceremonies, "High art." There were four: a hospital visit by Gervex, a harvester by Bastien Lepage, a widow by Bouguereau, and an execution by Jean-Paul Laurens. The last work represented a Vendean priest shot against the wall of his church by a detachment of blues. A smile flitted across the governor's grave countenance as he indicated the next wall. Here the fanciful school. First came a little canvas by Jean Barrade, entitled "Above and Below." It was a pretty Parisian mounting to the roof of a tramcar in motion. Her head appeared on a level with the top, and the gentlemen on the seats viewed with satisfaction the pretty face approaching them, while those standing on the platform below considered the young woman's legs with a different expression of envy and desire. Monsieur Walter held the lamp at arm's length and repeated with a sly laugh, "It is funny, isn't it?" Then he lit up "A Rescue" by Lambert. In the middle of a table, a kitten, squatted on its haunches, was watching with astonishment and perplexity a fly drowning in a glass of water. It had its paw raised ready to fish out the insect with a rapid sweep of it, but it had not quite made up its mind. It hesitated. What would it do? Then the governor showed a detail, the lesson, which represented a soldier in a barrack room teaching a poodle to play the drum, and said, "That is very witty." Durai laughed a laugh of approbation and exclaimed, "It is charming, charm." He stopped short on hearing behind him the voice of Madame de Morel, who had just come in. The governor continued to light up the pictures as he explained them. He now showed a watercolor by Maurice Leloir, The Obstacle. It was a sedan chair checked on its way, the street being blocked by a fight between two laborers, two fellows struggling like Hercules. From out of the window of the chair peered the head of a charming woman, who watched without impatience, without alarm, and with a certain admiration, the combat of of these two brutes. Monsieur Walter continued, I have others in the adjoining rooms, but they are by less known men. I buy of the young artists now, the very young ones, and hang their works in the more private rooms until they become known. He then went on in a low tone, now is the time to buy. The painters are all dying of hunger. They have not a sou, not a sou. But Durai saw nothing, and heard without understanding. Madame de Morel was there behind him. What ought he to do? If he spoke to her, might she not turn her back on him, or treat him with insolence? If he did not approach her, what would people think? He said to himself, I will gain time at any rate. He was so moved that for a moment he thought of feigning a sudden illness, which would allow him to withdraw. The examination of the walls was over. The governor went to put down his lamp and welcome the last comer, while Durai began to re-examine the pictures as if he could not tire of admiring them. He was quite upset. What should he do? Madame Forestier called to him. Monsieur Durrell, he went to her. It was to speak to him of a friend of hers who was about to give a fête, and who would like to have a line to that effect in the Vie Francaise. He gasped out, Certainly, madame, certainly. Madame de Morel was now quite close to him. He dared not turn round to go away. All at once he thought he was going mad. She had said aloud, Good evening, pretty boy. So you no longer recognize me. He rapidly turned on his heels. She stood before him smiling, her eyes beaming with sprightliness and affection, and held out her hand. He took it tremblingly, still fearing some trick, some perfidy. She added calmly, What has become of you? One no longer sees anything of you. He stammered, without being able to recover his coolness. I have a great deal to do, madame, a great deal to do. Monsieur Walter has entrusted me with new duties, which give me a great deal of occupation. She replied, still looking him in the face, but without his being able to discover anything save goodwill in her glance. I know it, but that is no reason for forgetting your friends. They were separated by a lady who came in, with red arms and red face. A stout lady in a very low dress got up with pretentiousness, and walking so heavily that one guessed by her motions the size and weight of her legs. As she seemed to be treated with great attention, Durrell asked Madame Forestier, Who is that lady? The Viscountess de Persimer, who signs her articles Lily Fingers. He was astounded and seized on by an inclination to laugh. Lily Fingers, and I imagined her young like yourself. So that is Lily Fingers. That is very funny, very funny. A servant appeared in the doorway and announced dinner. The dinner was commonplace and lively, one of those dinners at which people talk about everything without saying anything. Durai found himself between the elder daughter of the master of the house, the ugly one, Mademoiselle Rose, and Madame de Morel. The neighborhood of the latter made him feel very ill at ease, although she seemed very much at her ease, and chatted with her usual vivacity. He was troubled at first, constrained, hesitating, like a musician who has lost the keynote. By degrees, however, he recovered his assurance, and their eyes continually meeting questioned one another, exchanging looks in an intimate, almost sensual fashion as of old. All at once he thought he felt something brush against his foot under the table. He softly pushed forward his leg and encountered that of his neighbor, which did not shrink from the contact. They did not speak, each being at that moment turned towards their neighbor. Durai, his heart beating, pushed a little harder with his knee. A slight pressure replied to him. Then he understood that their loves were beginning anew. What did they say then? Not much, but their lips quivered every time that they looked at one another. The young fellow, however, wishing to do the amiable to his employer's daughter, spoke to her from time to time. She replied as the mother would have done, never hesitating as to what she should say. On the right of Monsieur Walter, the Viscountess de Percimer gave herself the airs of a princess, and Durrell, amused at watching her, said in a low voice to Madame de Morel, "Do you know the other, the one who signs herself Pink Domino?" "Yes, very well, the Baroness de Livar." "Is she of the same breed?" "No, but quite as funny." A tall, dried-up woman of 60, false curls, projecting teeth, ideas dating from the Restoration, and toilets of the same epoch. Where did they unearth these literary phenomena? The scattered waifs of the nobility are always sheltered by enriched cits. No other reason. None. Then a political discussion began between the master of the house, the two deputies, Norbert de Varenne and Jacques Rival, and lasted till dessert. When they returned to the drawing room, Durai again approached Madame de Morel, and looking her in the eyes, said, "Shall I see you home tonight?" "No." "Why not?" "Because Monsieur Laroche Mathieu, who is my neighbor, drops me at my door every time I dine here." "When shall I see you?" "Come and lunch with me tomorrow." And they separated without saying anything more. Durai did not remain late, finding the evening dull. As he went downstairs, he overtook Norbert de Varenne, who was also leaving. The old poet took him by the arm. No longer having to fear any rivalry as regards the paper, their work being essentially different, he now manifested a fatherly kindness towards the young fellow. "Well, will you walk home a bit of my way with me?" said he. "With pleasure, my dear master," replied Durai, and they went out, walking slowly along the Boulevard Malesherbes. Paris was almost deserted that night, a cold night, one of those nights that seem vaster, as it were, than others, when the stars seem higher above, and the air seems to bear on its icy breath something coming from further than even the stars. The two men did not speak at first. Then Durai, in order to say something, remarked, "Monsieur Laroche Mathieu seems very intelligent and well informed." The old poet murmured, "Do you think so?" The young fellow, surprised at this remark, hesitated in replying. "Yes, besides, he passes for one of the most capable men in the chamber. It is possible. In the kingdom of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. All these people are commonplace, because their mind is shut in between two walls, money and politics. They are dullards, my dear fellow, with whom it is impossible to talk about anything we care for. Their minds are at the bottom mud, or rather sewage, like the Seine-Asnières. Ah, how difficult it is to find a man with breadth of thought, one who causes you the same sensation as the breeze from across the broad ocean one breathes on the seashore. I have known some such. They are dead. Norbert de Varenne spoke with a clear but restrained voice, which would have rung out in the silence of the night had he given it rein. He seemed excited and sad, and went on. What matter, besides, a little more or less talent, since all must come to an end? He was silent, and Durai, who felt light-hearted that evening, said with a smile, "You are gloomy today, dear master." The poet replied, "I am always so, my lad, so will you be in a few years. Life is a hill. As long as one is climbing up, one looks towards the summit and is happy, but when one reaches the top, one suddenly perceives the descent before one, and its bottom, which is death. One climbs up slowly, but one goes down quickly. At your age, a man is happy. He hopes for many things, which, by the way, never come to pass. At mine, one no longer expects anything but death." Durai began to laugh. "You make me shudder all over." Norbert de Varenne went on. "No, you do not understand me now, but later on you will remember what I am saying to you at this moment. A day comes, and it comes early for many, when there is an end to mirth, for behind everything one looks at one sees death. You do not even understand the word. At your age it means nothing. At mine it is terrible. Yes, one understands it all at once. One does not know how or why, and then everything in life changes its aspect. For 15 years, I have felt death assail me, as if I bore within me some gnawing beast. I have felt myself decaying little by little, month by month, hour by hour, like a house crumbling to ruin. Death has disfigured me so completely that I do not recognize myself. I have no longer anything about me of myself, of the fresh, strong man I was at 30. I have seen death whiten my black hairs, and with what skillful and spiteful slowness. Death has taken my firm skin, my muscles, my teeth, my whole body of old, only leaving me a despairing soul, soon to be taken too. Every step brings me nearer to death. Every moment, every breath hastens his odious work. To breathe, sleep, drink, eat, work, dream, everything we do is to die. To live, in short, is to die. I now see death so near that I often want to stretch my arms to push it back. I see it everywhere. The insects crushed on the path, the falling leaves, the white hair in a friend's head, rend my heart and cry to me, "Behold it." It spoils for me all I do, all I see, all that I eat and drink, all that I love, the bright moonlight, the sunrise, the broad ocean, the noble rivers, and the soft summer evening air, so sweet to breathe. Walked on slowly, dreaming aloud, almost forgetting that he had a listener. And no one ever returns, never. The model of a statue may be preserved, but my body, my face, my thoughts, my desires will never reappear again. And yet millions of beings will be born with a nose, eyes, forehead, cheeks, and mouth like me, and also a soul like me, without my ever returning, without even anything recognizable of me appearing in these countless different beings. What can we cling to? What can we believe in? All religions are stupid, with their puerile morality and their egoistical promises, monstrously absurd. Death alone is certain. He stopped, reflected for a few moments, and then, with a look of resignation, said, "I am a lost creature. I have neither father nor mother, nor sister nor brother, no wife, no children, no God." He added after a pause, "I have only verse." They reached the Pont de la Concorde, crossed it in silence, and walked past the Palais Bourbon. Norbert de Varenne began to speak again, saying, "Mary, my friend, you do not know what it is to live alone at my age. Solitude now fills me with horrible agony, solitude at home, by the fireside of a night. It is so profound, so sad, the silence of the room in which one dwells alone. It is not alone silence about the body, but silence about the soul. And when the furniture creaks, I shudder to the heart, for no sound but is unexpected in my gloomy dwelling." He was silent again for a moment, and then added, "When one is old, it is well, all the same, to have children." They had got halfway down the Rue de Bourgogne. The poet halted in front of a tall house, rang the bell, shook Durai by the hand, and said, "Forget all this old man's doddering, youngster, and live as befits your age. Good night." And he disappeared in the dark passage. Durai resumed his route with a pain at his heart. It seemed to him as though he had been shown a hole filled with bones, an unavoidable gulf into which all must fall one day. He muttered, "By Jove, it can't be very lively in his place. I should not care for a front seat to see the procession of his thoughts go by. The deuce, no." But having paused to allow a perfumed lady, alighting from her carriage and entering her house, to pass before him, he drew in with eager breath the scent of vervain and orris root floating in the air. His lungs and heart throbbed suddenly with hope and joy, and the recollection of Madame de Morel, whom he was to see the next day, assailed him from head to foot. All smiled on him. Life welcomed him with kindness. How sweet was the realization of hopes. He fell asleep, intoxicated with this idea, and rose early to take a stroll down the Avenue du Bois de Boulogne before keeping his appointment. The wind having changed, the weather had grown milder during the night, and it was as warm and as sunny as in April. All the frequenters of the Bois had sallied out that morning, yielding to the summons of a bright, clear day. Durai walked along slowly. He passed the Arc de Triomphe and went along the main avenue. He watched the people on horseback, ladies and gentlemen, trotting and galloping, the rich folk of the world, and scarcely envied them now. He knew them almost all by name, knew the amount of their fortune, and the secret history of their life, his duties having made him a kind of directory of the celebrities and the scandals of Paris. Ladies rode past, slender, and sharply outlined in the dark cloth of their habits, with that proud and unassailable air many women have on horseback, and Durai amused himself by murmuring the names, titles, and qualities of the lovers whom they had had, or who were attributed to them. Sometimes, instead of saying Baron de Tanquilot, Prince de la Tour-en-Guerande, he murmured lesbian fashion, Louise Michat of the vaudeville, Rose Marquitin of the opera. The game greatly amused him, as if he had verified, beneath grave outward appearances, the deep, eternal infamy of mankind, and as if this had excited, rejoiced, and consoled him. Then he said aloud, "Set of hypocrites," and sought out with his eye the horsemen concerning whom the worst tales were current. He saw many, suspected of cheating at play, for whom their clubs were, at all events, their chief, their sole source of livelihood, a suspicious one, at any rate. Others, very celebrated, lived only, it was well known, on the income of their wives. Others, again, it was affirmed, on that of their mistresses. Many had paid their debts, an honorable action, without it ever being guessed whence the money had come, a very equivocal mystery. He saw financiers whose immense fortune had had its origin in a theft, and who were received everywhere, even in the most noble houses. Then men so respected that the lower middle class took off their hats on their passage, but whose shameless speculations in connection with great national enterprises were a mystery for none of those really acquainted with the inner side of things. All had a haughty look, a proud lip, an insolent eye. Durai still laughed, repeating, "A fine lot, a lot of blackguards, of sharpers." But a pretty little open carriage passed, drawn by two white ponies with flowing manes and tails, and driven by a pretty fair girl, a well-known courtesan, who had two grooms seated behind her. Durai halted with a desire to applaud this mushroom of love, who displayed so boldly at this place, and time set apart for aristocratic hypocrites the dashing luxury earned between her sheets. He felt, perhaps vaguely, that there was something in common between them, a tie of nature, that they were of the same race, the same spirit, and that his success would be achieved by daring steps of the same kind. He walked back more slowly, his heart aglow with satisfaction, and arrived a little in advance of the time at the door of his former mistress. She received him with proffered lips, as though no rupture had taken place, and she even forgot for a few moments the prudence that made her opposed to all caresses at her home. Then she said, as she kissed the ends of his mustache, "You don't know what a vexation has happened to me, darling. I was hoping for a nice honeymoon, and here is my husband home for 6 weeks. He has obtained leave, but I won't remain 6 weeks without seeing you, especially after our little tiff, and this is how I have arranged matters. You are to come and dine with us on Monday. I have already spoken to him about you, and I will introduce you." Durai hesitated, somewhat perplexed, never yet having found himself face to face with a man whose wife he had enjoyed. He was afraid lest something might betray him, a slight embarrassment, a look, no matter what. He stammered out, "No, I would rather not make your husband's acquaintance." She insisted, very much astonished, standing before him with wide open, wondering eyes. "But why? What a funny thing. It happens every day. I should not have thought you such a goose." He was hurt and said, "Very well, I will come to dinner on Monday." She went on, "In order that it may seem more natural, I will ask the Forestiers. though I really do not like entertaining people at home. Until Monday, Durai scarcely thought any more about the interview. But on mounting the stairs at Madame de Morel's, he felt strangely uneasy. Not that it was so repugnant to him to take her husband's hand, to drink his wine, and eat his bread, but because he felt afraid of something without knowing what. He was shown into the drawing room and waited as usual. Soon the door of the inner room opened, and he saw a tall, white-bearded man, wearing the ribbon of the Legion of Honor, grave and correct, who advanced towards him with punctilious politeness, saying, "My wife has often spoken to me of you, sir, and I am delighted to make your acquaintance." Durai stepped forward, seeking to impart to his face a look of expressive cordiality, and grasped his host's hand with exaggerated energy. Then, having sat down, he could find nothing to say. Monsieur de Morel placed a log upon the fire and inquired, "Have you been long engaged in journalism?" "Only a few months." "Ah, you have got on quickly." "Yes, fairly so." And he began to chat at random, without thinking very much about what he was saying, talking of all the trifles customary among men who do not know one another. He was growing seasoned now, and thought the situation a very amusing one. He looked at Monsieur de Morel's serious and respectable face with a temptation to laugh, as he thought, "I have cuckolded you, old fellow, I have cuckolded you." A vicious, inward satisfaction stole over him, the satisfaction of a thief who has been successful, and is not even suspected, a delicious, roguish joy. He suddenly longed to be the friend of this man, to win his confidence, to get him to relate the secrets of his life. Madame de Morel came in suddenly, and having taken them in with a smiling and impenetrable glance, went toward Durai, who dared not, in the presence of her husband, kiss her hand as he always did. She was calm and light-hearted as a person accustomed to everything, finding this meeting simple and natural in her frank and native trickery. Laurine appeared, and went and held up her forehead to George more quietly than usual, her father's presence intimidating her. Her mother said to her, "Well, you don't call him pretty boy today." And the child blushed as if a serious indiscretion had been committed, a thing that ought not to have been mentioned, revealed, and intimate, and so to say, guilty secret of her heart laid bare. When the Forestiers arrived, all were alarmed at the condition of Charles. He had grown frightfully thin and pale within a week, and coughed incessantly. He stated, besides, that he was leaving for Cannes on the following Thursday by the doctor's imperative orders. They left early, and Durai said, shaking his head, "I think he is very bad. He will never make old bones." Madame de Morel said calmly, "Oh, he is done for. There's a man who was lucky in finding the wife he did." Durai asked, "Does she help him much?" "She does everything. She is acquainted with everything that is going on. She knows everyone without seeming to go and see anybody. She obtains what she wants as she likes." "Oh, she is keen, clever, and intriguing as no one else is. She is a treasure for anyone wanting to get on." George said. She will marry again very quickly, no doubt. Madame de Morel replied. Yes, I should not be surprised if she had someone already in her eye, a deputy, unless, indeed, he objects, for there may be serious moral obstacles. But then, I don't really know. Monsieur de Morel grumbled with slow impatience. You are always suspecting a number of things that I do not like. Do not let us meddle with the affairs of others. Our conscience is enough to guide us. That should be a rule with everyone. Durai withdrew, uneasy at heart, and with his mind full of vague plans. The next day he paid a visit to the Forestiers and found them finishing their packing up. Charles, stretched on a sofa, exaggerated his difficulty of breathing and repeated, I ought to have been off a month ago. Then he gave George a series of recommendations concerning the paper, although everything had been agreed upon and settled with Monsieur Walter. As George left, he energetically squeezed his old comrade's hand, saying, Well, old fellow, we shall have you back soon. But as Madame Forestier was showing him out, he said to her, quickly, You have not forgotten our agreement. We are friends and allies, are we not? So if you have need of me, for no matter what, do not hesitate. Send a letter or a telegram, and I will obey. She murmured, Thanks, I will not forget. And her eye, too, said thanks, in a deeper and tenderer fashion. As Durai went downstairs, he met slowly coming up Monsieur de Vaudrec, whom he had met there once before. The Count appeared sad at this departure, perhaps. Wishing to show his good breeding, the journalist eagerly bowed. The other returned the salutation courteously, but in a somewhat dignified manner. The Forestiers left on Thursday evening, and so Bel Ami, Part 1, comes to a quiet close. If this story has brought you a sense of calm reflection, please subscribe and leave a comment. Your presence here helps us share more quiet literary journeys together. Now breathe deeply, let the echoes of Paris fade, and drift gently into rest. Good night,